Good morning, everyone. I am Judge Melanie Williams. This is the State Court of Fulton County Apollo arraignment calendar. This calendar is for those individuals who received a signature bond from the Fulton County Jail previously, and now we're back to either take a plea, arraign the case formally, or check status. To all participants, I want to advise you that this entire proceeding is being broadcast over the internet as a live stream, and it's also being recorded. That means that any member of the public can log on and watch this particular proceeding. Before we begin, I want to speak with members of the Public Defender's Office. Are you present in the courtroom or on the screen?
Yes, Judge.
Good morning. There's so many boxes, Mr. Howard. I hear your voice, but I do not see you. Let me see.
Yes, Judge.
There you are. Mr. Howard, have you had the opportunity to interview everyone, or will that need to take place today?
Right, Judge. There's some that we were able to reach out to prior, but for the most part, right, that may be taking place today if they desire to be represented by us. Mr. Vail is on Zoom with me as well, and Mr. White he's in the courtroom for persons who showed up in person.
All right. For anyone who would like the services of the Public Defender's Office who has not yet submitted an application, Mr. Howard, will you please put a link or something into the chat so that everyone please go ahead and take care of that so that we can move expeditiously through this calendar. If you've already contacted the Public Defender's Office and do not qualify for their services or do not wish to have their services, please let me know. I'm going to call everyone's name and then we'll go through the calendar. I just want to see who is present. Attorneys, please, if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. In the Zoom feature, please click the feature that says raise hand. I believe I have attorneys in the courtroom as well with me. All right, Joseph Williams.
Judge, he's actually in custody at the Fulton County Jail.
That's correct. I see that note now. Okay. Mr. Howard, I see that there was supposed to be an order for me to sign, or that was not submitted previously for Mr. Williams?
Actually, it was, Judge. I'm not sure why they didn't transport him, so we're going to have to figure that out.
Okay. I'm April, do you know what happened? You said that there was, the order was not.
The order was done. The reason why they didn't transport it was on the order, Mr. Howard had transport and that was a county holiday, so they were transport. I did email Mr. Howard about it about a couple of weeks ago. So,
Mr. Howard, apparently the order that you submitted needs a new date.
They want a new date? Oh, okay.
Yes, because the date that you had on there had was a county holiday, and therefore we were not. They were unable to transport him on that day.
Okay, we can do that, Judge. I'll update that.
All right, thank you. All right, Jasmine Worthens. All right, let's see. Timothy Jones. Joseph Kinney. Monet Jack. Stanley Shavers. Ronnie Anderson. DeMarcus Norwood. LaMarsha Parham or LaMarsha Parham?
LaMarsha, I'm here.
Okay, we'll get back with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dimitri Lett. Tommy Freddy. Carrie Wingfield. Mahogany Block. Joseph Patrick. Oh, actually, it's Joseph Patrick Honey. Shantrizia Woods. Joseph Newton. Portia Weems.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michelle McCutcheon for the state. If we can go back to Mr. Newton, position number 18, the state is going to prepare a null pros. To whom should I send that this morning? Ms. Lewis, Katrina Lewis?
No, it's Miss April Champion is here helping me today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Judge. I'll send it to her.
I appreciate that announcement. Okay. Portia Weems. Marcus Brown.
I'm here, Judge.
And who's speaking?
Portia Weems.
Okay, we'll be back with you, Ms. Weems. Thank you. Marcus Brown. Dante Edmonds. Obate or I'm gonna spell the name Obatye, Edwards. Last name Edwards. Justin Singleton.
That's my case, Judge. That's gonna be a waiver this morning.
I'm sorry, I so many people. Is that you?
Mr. Murphy.
Mr. Murphy, let's see, the
Yes.
screen has not filtered to allow me to see you. What was the announcement for that case, Mr. Murphy?
That's gonna be a waiver this morning. I'll have that
Waiver of
filed.
arraignment?
Yes, I was retained on Friday, late Friday, so that's gonna be or appointed late Friday, so that's gonna be a waiver. I'll have that filed.
All right, perfect, Mr. Murphy. And that case will then be reset further notice for trial. Your client is free to go if he is on the screen. Is that your only case with me this morning, Mr. Murphy?
No, I have a couple others.
Okay. We'll try to get to him. All right, Gary Sutton.
Judge, that's our case. When we have a break, I need to speak with the solicitor
Okay.
regarding that.
All
See
right,
if-
more, what I'm really trying to do now is see who's present and go to those cases
Yes.
first. So we'll go back to that one. Jasmine Coles.
Yes, I'm here, Judge.
Okay, thank you. We'll get back with you. Elias Martinez. Eric, if you are not speaking, please mute your screen. I would appreciate it. We're hearing a lot of background interference at this time. Thank you. Eric Pate.
Here, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll be back with you. Jacobert Wilkerson. DeAndre Anderson. Derek Dixon. Matt Handspite. Kenneth Boyd.
Derek Dixon here, ma'am.
Okay, we'll be back with you, Mr. Dixon. Thank you. Carolyn Crowder.
Judge, that's gonna be a waiver. That's our case.
Carolyn Crowder, thank you. Reset further notice for trial, or to the division judge at least. Robert Ocean. Cedric Williamson. Raven Jones.
Here.
Okay, we'll be back with you. Ian King. Megan McLaughlin.
That was a waiver.
Waiver of arraignment. Thank you, Ms. Champion. Brian Mccloud.
Good morning. I'm here, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be back with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kenosha Patterson.
Here.
Okay, we'll be back with you. Thank you. Brandon Hewitt.
Emily Brenner for Mr. Hewitt, Your Honor, and I was just really officially retained. We're going to also ask for a waiver.
Okay, so you plan to waive arraignment today?
We haven't done anything. I was just, I don't know if I'm hearing you correctly. Did you ask me if I signed something?
No, I said, do you plan to submit a formal waiver of arraignment? Is
Yes,
that what
we
you
can
plan
do
to
that.
do?
Yes. Yes,
Okay, please send that formal waiver to April.Champion. Ms. Champion, will you put your email in the chat, please? Thank you. If you send that formal waiver of arraignment to Ms. Champion, you and your client will be free to go today.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brenner. Have a good afternoon. Please go ahead and submit that though.
You got it.
Okay, Maya Robinson.
That's my case, Judge, and a waiver was filed on December 20th.
Yes, we have.
Okay, we've got it. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. And if your client is present, she is free to go. Antonio Johnson.
Here.
All right, we'll be back. Mr. Johnson, please change your name to your actual name, please. Brianna Coleman.
That's also my case, Judge. Likewise, the waiver was filed on December 20th. I noted that just need a good address. I do have a good address, and that was filed with the waiver on the 20th. But I can give that to you at the end of the calendar.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Your client is free to go. Erwin Dukes. Cedric Hall.
I'm here. Cedric Hall, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Brian Iniguez. Oh, it is Brandon Iniguez, yes. Okay, if you plan to follow your waiver of arraignment, will you be able to do it as soon as you get back to your office?
Yes.
All right, then you are free to go, and I will note that for the file. All right, thank you. Have a great afternoon. Conqueen Jameson, Randall Lee, or Brandon, maybe it's Brandon Lee.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be back with you. Timothy Lloyd. Sarisa, or I'm gonna spell it Sereasa Thornton, last name Thornton. Daniel John.
Here.
Okay, we'll be back with you, Mr. John. Amy Kent.
Here, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Jeffrey Greer.
Here, Your Honor.
Thank you. Shakura Butler.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Shakita Clark. Stephen Hewell. Waiver. Thank you. Derek Johnson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jackson Blake Store on behalf of Mr. Johnson. We would like to speak to the prosecutor.
Okay. I'm not, who's the prosecutor assigned to this case? The position 59?
That should be Mr. Don Henderson.
Okay. Mr. Henderson may not be part of this calendar today. Ms. Blake Stewart, what I suggest you might
Yes,
do. Go ahead.
He's
I'm
on, Your
sorry.
Honor. He's on, Your Honor,
is.
excuse me.
There are
Yes.
so many people on this screen that it is impossible to tell who is here and who
Yes,
is
Judge.
not. Perhaps you all can reach out to each other as
Here,
the
Your
calendar
Honor.
is going forward. Good morning, Mr. Henderson. Great to see you.
I was
Perhaps
trying to hit the right button. Sorry.
it's okay. Perhaps you all can speak as I continue to call the rest of the calendar. So perhaps we could reach some type of agreement by the time we get back to Mr. Johnson. That's my hope. All right. Adele Douglas. Dwight Foster. Oh, he's in jail. Thank you, Ms. Temple.
Yes, Your Honor. Bruce Vail from the Fulton County Public Defender's Office. Mr. Foster is in custody at the Fulton County Jail.
Yes, Ms. Champion just made me aware. Thank you. Keith Hambrick. Okay, you're present. Thank you, Ms. Hambrick. We'll be back with you. Isaiah Harvin. Thank you. Katie Roberts.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm present.
Okay, thank you. Willie Stinson.
He's also currently in the
Fulton County Jail. Okay, thank you, Ms. Champion. John Cavius Anderson.
Here.
Randy, you're here. Thank you. We'll be back with you. Randy Buffington.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ellis Dixon. Edward Espinoza. Thank you. Jeffrey Jenkins. Okay, so he needs to be reset. It will be reset to division judge. So there's no more appellate for it. Okay. Okay, so position 71 reset for the no risk division judge. William Green. Okay. Mr. Henderson, is position 72 Mr. Henderson's case as well?
Yes, Your Honor. We have several of those that involve the charge of hazing. Those are all being handled by the pretrial diversion folks, they're working with counsel on most of these cases. So maybe just, I'm not sure what the posture is, but it's through they're trying to work out diversion.
Okay.
There's
All right.
several of them on here.
Right, I see that now. All right, I'm assuming, I'm sorry, state your name again, ma'am. Okay, what I'd like, if possible, Mr. Henderson, can Ms. Mitchell give you a call? She's here in the courtroom with me. Do you have a cell phone, Ms. Mitchell? Perhaps that you could give Mr. Henderson a call? Mr. Henderson, there's really no way to give his phone number without shouting it across the room.
Put it in the chat again.
Okay, would you put your phone number where Ms. Mitchell could give you a call, Mr. Henderson, into the chat feature? And then she's gonna call you shortly. So hopefully we can reach some resolution of some of these today, if possible.
And for me as well, Mr. Henderson, Attorney Jasmine Blake Stewart.
All right, I'm gonna keep calling the calendar and hopefully that will take place. Barbary Warren.
Judge Mark Nestor for Ms. Warren. We're going to file waiver on that directly after this and request 10 days of file motions, please.
Okay, if you're gonna waive arraignment, please send that over now.
I will right now, Judge. I'm working on it as we speak.
Perfect, Mr. Nestor. And then you and Ms. Warren are free to go once we've received that.
Have a nice morning.
All right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Zachary White. Trevor Arndt, ARNDT.
A waiver was filed.
Waiver. Thank you, Ms. Champion. Barath Sabu.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm attorney Amanda Young for Mr. Bixon, and we're ready for the arraignment.
I'm sorry, for what name?
Bixon Law.
But we didn't call that name yet, Ms. Young. I don't believe.
No, you called Mr. Shubu.
Yeah.
He's represented by Bixon Law, and I'm Amanda Young on his behalf.
Oh, on Mr. Subu's behalf. Okay. Do you plan to waive arraignment or you'd like to have his case formally arraigned today?
Yes, we're ready for formal arraignment.
Okay, well, we'll be back with Mr. Subu then. Thank you. John Heyerdahl. Waiver was filed. Waiver. Thank you, Ms. Champion. Dan Wright. Randy Yother. Mohammed Afo or Afo. Waiver was filed. Waiver, thank you. Robert Wright. Micaiah Carnahan. Okay, thank you. We'll be back with you. Jeremy Graves. Dominic Smith.
I'm present. Dominic Smith.
Okay, we'll be back with you. Thank you. Cody Wood. Vanessa Opare.
Here.
Okay, we'll be back with you. Caillou Miles.
Present.
All right, thank you. Ayanna Parker.
Here.
Thank you. Johnny Daniels. Anthony Wilson.
Here.
Thank
Here.
you.
Here, Your Honor. Anthony Wilson.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Maureen Mccloud here for Mr. Wilson.
Okay, good morning, Ms. McLeod. What is your
Johnny-
announcement? I'm sorry,
Johnny
just one
Daniels
moment.
here.
One moment, please. Ms. McLeod, I'm sorry, you were speaking?
Yes, I was saying that I was here for Mr. Wilson, Your Honor.
Okay,
And
do you
we are
intend
not
to
waiving
waive-
arraignment. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to speak with him yet, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you think perhaps you could give your client a call while we continue to do the call? The
Yes, Your Honor.
remaining-
Yes, Your Honor. I do have 2 other clients on this calendar.
Okay. Who are your other clients so that I can allow you to make that? Do we need to speak with them as well, Ms. McLeod?
No, I've already spoken to them, Your Honor.
Okay. Who are your other clients?
Ms. Ramdas Faisana Ramdas, and Nakia Towers.
Okay. Let's see if I can find them, so we don't call them. They must be on the add-on calendar. Yes, okay. And for those, will you be waiving arraignment for any of these, or they'll be formally arraigned today, Ms. Mccloud?
They'll be formally arraigned, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, you're free to speak with your client. We'll continue with the remainder of the calendar. I appreciate that, Ms. McLeod.
Thank you.
All right. I heard Anthony Wilson is present, so we'll move to Yamina Baker. Justin Fuller. Last name is Ringside.
Yamina Baker here.
Yamina Baker, okay, thank you. We'll be back with you.
Johnny Daniels here.
Okay, thank you. I heard you, Mr. Daniels. I appreciate that. Last name is Ringside, Reungsai. Okay, thank you. We'll be back with you. Daisha Towns.
She's present.
Okay, thank you. Robert Morgan. Taylor Holt.
Robert Morgan is here. He's just having some technological difficulties.
Okay. We'll be back with Mr. Morgan. Are you counsel for Mr. Morgan?
No, ma'am. I'm victim and witness on his behalf today.
Okay. I didn't see. Okay, we'll come back to him. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank
you. Taylor Holt. Ashante Keene.
Excuse me, Judge.
Here.
Hold one moment, please.
Yes,
Please hold
ma'am.
one moment. Kedar McAllister.
King present.
Oh, your name is Keene?
K-E-A-N.
Oh, you're Ashante Keene. Okay, thank you. Kedar McAllister. Jonte Mann.
That's Kadar present.
Oh, okay. All right, Jonte Mann. I'm sorry, Ms. Champion, was your announcement for that?
Yes, that was a waiver by conflict attorney, William Kilgore.
Thank you. Hassan Lowe. Robert Pash, P-A-A-S-C-H.
That was a waiver.
Thank you, Ms. Champion. Shaquel Morales. Andre McKinney. Eddie Wheaton. Everett Simmons.
That was a waiver.
Keyshawn Anderson.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll be back with you. Marlon Washington.
That was a waiver.
Thank you. Wesley Warren. Thank you. We'll be back with you. Stephanie Gutierrez. Okay, thank you. We'll be back with you. Devontae Broussard. Thank you. Okay. We'll be back with you. You said you want to speak to a prosecutor? Okay. Hold, please. Tadeo Rodriguez. Okay. Okay. You're gonna submit a formal waiver of arraignment?
I can. I don't have one with me at this point. Solicitor has one. Fill it out.
Or you can submit one when you get back to their office. I trust in the firm that you'll do so.
I'll do an entry appearance. I'll submit that.
Your Honor, if we've submitted a waiver
Okay.
form to Miss,
I'm sorry. Hold one moment, please, whoever's speaking on the Zoom. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can we be excused?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And your client again was Tadeo Rodriguez?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon.
You too.
All right, Kentia Ricks.
Here.
All right, we'll be back with you. Talandria Lofton. Okay, thank you. We'll be back with you. Devontae Harris.
Present.
Thank you. Artavius Beatty.
I'm here.
Thank you. Dakota Barton.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Thank you. Frederick Harper. Hiles, Harold Hiles. Nicholas Murray. Javari Irby. I'm gonna give the add-on calendar really quickly. Madison Daniels. Juan Edwards. Gary Price. Okay, thank you, Mr. Price.
Your Honor, if we can go back to position number 2, Juan Edwards.
Is there an announcement from the state?
Well, yes, Judge. I'd like to ask that respectfully that the court send notice to the address that's listed on the warrant. The calendar states no good address in the system. There is an address on the arrest warrant that was presented to the magistrate court judge, and I'd ask that notice be sent to that address.
All right. Let me get through, Ms. McCutcheon. We're trying to see if everyone's here.
Thank you,
and
Your
then
Honor.
we'll revisit. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, Jerome McKibbins. I'm gonna go through the bond forfeiture calendar very quickly. Anthony Crook. Trey Siegler. Demetrius Swain. Jaden Adams. Don Hendricks. Artie Ledecker. We will revisit those names shortly.
And Your
If
Honor,
any-
I'm
If
sorry,
any
Your Honor.
attorney is present on the screen, I'll go, 1 second, Ms. McCutcheon.
Yes.
If any attorney is present on the screen and you've already entered a written waiver of appearance, you are now free to go. All right.
Judge, I
This is
apologize.
DeAndre Stafford. This is DeAndre Stafford. My name haven't been called.
Okay. Ms. Champion, do you see Mr. Stafford on this calendar today? Thank you. Ms. McCutcheon, in the meantime, yes.
Yes, Judge, I apologize. Jerome McKibbins, that defendant is deceased. It was on the status calendar. I'll present a no pros to Ms. Champion.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Mr. Stafford is position 25.
Okay, I called your name, Mr. Stafford. You were not
Okay,
present.
yes, I was, ma'am. It was so many people trying to call their names out at you. I ain't hear my name. I ain't like you said DeAndre, but you didn't say Stafford. You called
Okay.
some other guy
All right,
named
we'll be
DeAndre.
back with you. Thank you. We'll be back with you.
Okay.
Okay, any attorneys present on the screen who represent a defendant that I have not yet spoken with?
No, Your Honor, but may I ask something on the
Yes.
Brent Hewitt case? Since I am actually solely in, I don't have a case number for him.
I'm sorry, your client again, Ms. Brenner?
Brandon Hewitt, H-E-W.
Okay, his case number is 21 CR 004959D.
C like call?
C like call. C is in cat or Charlie if you use military indications.
Okay.
All right.
Or
If you can,
civil. All right, thank you so much, Your Honor. Have a great day.
thank you. Thank you,
Your
you
Honor,
too.
position 33 and 78 are in person.
33.
and 78.
All right. All right, before we begin, anyone who has not yet spoken with the Public Defender's Office who wishes to have the services of the Public Defender's Office, now is your time to please make contact with them by sending an email that's listed into the chat feature such that they can assist you today. You do have a right to an attorney at this proceeding, and the only way to get the assistance of the public defender now or later is to fill out the application at this point, speak with them and see if they can assist you today. All right. Is there anyone in person here who wishes to have the assistance of the Public Defender's Office? Okay, if so, are there applications here in the courtroom? Okay, is there a way to orderly do this such that we can kind of keep moving, but you can start conducting some interviews? Thank you.
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Howard,
Gary Sutton, I didn't hear my name called.
Judge, he's our client. Mr. Sutton, I made an announcement for you. Just sit tight.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Howard, how do you recommend those who are on Zoom, how can they contact you such that they can receive the services of the Public Defender's Office?
Judge, they would need to send an email to State Court PD at fultoncountyga.gov, the message in the chat. They would need to send their name and the best callback number for them. And one of our legal admins will send them the application. They would need to email it back, and then we can review it and determine if they qualify. But they do need to send an email to State Court PD at fultoncountyga.gov, name and best callback number. They go ahead and do that now, even while court is going on, so that we can go ahead and figure out if we're able to represent you.
Did everyone hear that announcement? If you want the public defender's help today, you'll need to send an email that has your phone number such that someone can call you and determine whether or not you qualify for services. Ms. Champion, I am completely locked out of Odyssey. It's not pulling.
Okay.
So if I need to arraign cases,
Print out.
will you print out the accusations for me? I appreciate that. I apologize. Let me try one more thing before we begin.
Excuse me, Judge, I got one question.
You please hold. Please hold. There's a lot of people with a lot of questions today. I'm gonna try Odyssey one more time. I'll really try one more time.
Mute. How you unmute it? Oh, Lord.
You got me tap to speak.
Okay, I give up. I give up. All right. Let's proceed with the calendar. Let's go to Ms. Mccloud. Ms. Mccloud, are you present? Or are you still speaking with your client?
Your Honor, I am present.
Okay, Ms. Mccloud, did you have the opportunity to speak with your client?
I did, Your Honor.
Okay, what will be the announcement for that particular, what position number? What was your client's name again, Ms. Mccloud?
His name is Anthony Wilson, Your Honor.
Anthony Wilson. And what's the announcement for Mr. Wilson's case?
We'd like a pretrial, Your Honor, if that's possible.
All right, today we're here to either, have you already spoken to the, I'm sorry, go ahead. You're gonna say something.
No, I was listening to you, Your Honor.
Okay, I know you were shaking your head like you were gonna tell me something. Ms. Mccloud, today we're either gonna take a plea, we're gonna arraign his case, but those really are the only matters we are addressing today. Whose case is this for the state?
That would be
Position
me.
90.
That would be Ms. Anderson.
I'm sorry, I hear
okay.
someone talking.
That would be Ms. Anderson on behalf of the state judge, but the state does not have a plea offer for that case today.
Okay.
Okay, so we will just enter plea if not guilty, Your Honor.
All right, we're gonna formally arraign the case. Is your client present on the screen?
He is here. Mr. Wilson?
Where is Mr. Wilson? I need you to unmute your.
Yes,
screen.
ma'am, I'm here.
All right, we're gonna formally arraign your case at this time. which means that we're going to explain the charges against you and you're going to enter a plea of not guilty. Your attorney is present here today to assist you. Do you object to us doing this by video today?
No, ma'am.
Do you object to your attorney appearing by video?
No, ma'am.
And you're Anthony E. Wilson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, your case is 21 CR 005069J, in which you've been charged with obstruction of a law enforcement officer and loitering and prowling, which has been formally accused by the Solicitor General of Fulton County. Ms. Mccloud, do you waive a formal reading of the accusation?
Yes, Your Honor.
I appreciate that waiver. Your case will now be set for trial, Mr. Wilson, and the trial will be scheduled by the state court judge to whom this case will actually be assigned. At this trial, you will have the right to an attorney. You will not bear the burden to prove the charges against you. The state represented by the Solicitor General will bear that burden and will have to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt in order to get a conviction. If they do get a conviction, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000 for each charge, and your time may run concurrently or consecutively. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charge?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Your case will be reset to the division judge who will schedule your trial. All right? You're free to go at this time, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good
All
morning,
right.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms.
Excuse me.
McCloud.
This
Good
is
morning.
Adriana Chancy, interpreter. I would like to just confirm with you that I will not need to assist anybody today in your session, please.
Is there anyone who needs the assistance of a Spanish interpreter today?
¿Hay alguien que necesite un intérprete hoy?
What position, Ms. Champion?
I think it's out in the audience.
Is there anyone present in the courtroom who needs the assistance of an interpreter today? Madam Interpreter, will you please ask that again for me?
Yes, ma'am. ¿Hay alguien en la sala que necesite la asistencia de un intérprete en español hoy?
Okay, hearing none, I believe you're free to go.
Thank you, madam.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Vela, were you aware of someone who did?
Your Honor, my notes indicate that position 70, who told our office that he wanted to represent himself, but did need an interpreter, Spanish interpreter. But I believe he was.
Okay, let's see. Edward Espinoza, Mr. Espinoza.
Eduardo Espinoza.
Did you need the assistance of an interpreter today?
¿Necesita usted la asistencia de un intérprete hoy?
No, he says no. Is there anyone else before I allow the interpreter to leave who requires the assistance of an interpreter?
¿Hay alguien que necesite la asistencia de un intérprete en español antes de dejarla ir?
Hearing none, Madam Interpreter, you're free to go.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon. All right, Ms. McCloud, I'm going to try to do all your cases. Who was your other client?
It was on a.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Towers, Nakia Towers.
Is Ms. Towers present?
Yes, Your Honor, she is.
Okay, Ms. Towers, I need you to unmute your screen and turn on your video, please.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Are you Nakia Towers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Towers, your case is 21 CR 004754G, in which you were charged with 1 count of battery family violence, which has been formally accused by the Solicitor General of Fulton County. Ms. McCloud, do you waive a formal reading of the accusation?
I do, Your Honor.
I appreciate your waiver. At this time, your case will be set for trial, and the trial will be scheduled by the state court judge to whom your case is assigned. At this trial, you will have the right to an attorney just as you've had today. You will not have the burden to prove the charges against you at trial. The state represented by the Solicitor General will bear that burden and will have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt in order to get a conviction in this case. If they do get a conviction, you can face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information that I presented to you, Ms. Towers, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
I accept your not guilty plea. Your case will be reset and scheduled by the division judge, and you're free to go at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good afternoon. And Ms. Mccloud, I think you said your last
Ms.
name was
Ramdas.
Ms. Ramdas. Ms. Ramdas, if you are present on the screen, please turn on your camera.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Okay, please say your name for me.
Kasana Ramdas.
Kasana Ramdes. Ms. Ramdes, your case is 21 CR 004765J, in which you're charged with one count of simple battery family violence, which has been formally accused by the Solicitor General of Fulton County. Do you waive a formal reading, Ms. Mccloud?
I do, Your Honor.
I appreciate that. At this time, Ms. Ramses, your case will be set for trial, and the trial will be scheduled by the state court judge to whom your case is actually assigned. You will have a right to an attorney, just as you have a right to an attorney today. You do not have the burden to prove the charges against you. The state represented by the Solicitor General will bear that burden and will have to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt in order to get a conviction. If they do get a conviction against you, you could face a charge of a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charge of simple battery family violence?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
I accept your not guilty plea. Your case will be so reset and you are now free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Mccloud, does that conclude your business with the
It
court
concludes
today?
my business before the court, Your Honor. May I be
Thank you.
excused?
Yes, you are free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good
Thank
day.
you. Thank you.
We have position number 61. We have a law enforcement.
Okay, so we'll go to that position next.
That defendant is currently in the Fulton County Jail, and his case.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Your Honor.
You'll have to hold 1 minute. I'm sorry, Ms.
His
Champion.
case, he's currently in the Fulton County Jail, and his case is being reset further notice for trial with the division.
Okay. So you said, so you are free to go, sir. He's not present today.
They're gonna,
yes.
You should
More than
receive a
likely.
notice from the divisional judge. It's reset for trial. We don't have the trial date yet. So you should receive notice to be there present for trial.
Are there other private attorneys present on the screen?
Yes, Your Honor, Attorney Jasmine Blake Stewart, and I just emailed Ms. Champion over a waiver.
All right.
And Amanda as well.
And remind me again who your client is, Ms. Blake Stewart.
Position number 59, Derek Johnson.
All right, if you've already emailed that waiver to Ms. Johnson, to Ms. Champion, you are free to go, and as is your client.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
One moment. I'm sorry, who
Your
sounded
Honor.
for me?
Juanita Lamb here for Ms.
Yes.
Ricks, Rentina Ricks.
Ms. Ricks is the last name?
Yes.
Okay, that is position 112. What is your announcement, Ms. Lamb?
We would like to do a formal arraignment. She's going to plead not guilty.
Okay, is Ms. Ricks present? Ms. Ricks, if you're present, you need to turn on your camera and unmute your screen, please.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
All right, pronounce your first name for me.
Quintina.
Quintina Ricks. Okay, Ms. Quintina Ricks, your case is 21 CR 005113C, in which you've been formally charged with one count stalking misdemeanor with an offense date of September the 27th of 2021. This has been formally accused by the Solicitor General of Fulton County. Ms. Lamb, do you waive a formal reading of the accusation?
Yes, Your Honor.
I appreciate that waiver. This case will now be set for trial, and the trial will be scheduled by the state court judge to whom the case is actually assigned. At this trial, you'll have the right to an attorney, just as you've had today. You do not have the burden to prove the charges against you. The state represented by the Solicitor General bear that burden and will have to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt in order to get a conviction against you. If they do get a conviction, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charge of stalking misdemeanor?
Ms. Ricks, you have to answer how you plead.
How do you plead?
She broke up at the end, I'm sorry.
How do you plead to this charge?
I'm sorry, not guilty, not guilty.
Okay, I accept your not guilty plea. Your case will be so reset. Ms. Lamb, you and your client are now free to go at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All
And
right,
Amanda Young, Your Honor, for Mr. Subu for arraignment.
all right, you would like to have Mr. Subu's case formally arraigned?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Subu, I need you to turn on your camera and unmute your screen. 76.
I'm here, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Subu, please pronounce your name for me.
Barack Subu.
All right, Mr. Barack Subu, your case is 21 CR 005036B, in which you're charged with 1 count of battery and 1 count of hazing students with an offense date of September the 13th of 2021. As you can see, I'm conducting this proceeding by video and your attorney is present on the screen as well. Do you object to the video or to your attorney assisting you by video?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Subu, you've been formally charged with the charges I've just listed, which have been formally accused by the Solicitor General of Fulton County. Ms. Young, do you waive a formal reading of the accusation?
Yes, Your Honor.
I appreciate that. At this time, your case will be set for trial. The trial will be scheduled by the state court judge to whom your case is actually assigned. At this trial, you will have the right to an attorney. You will not have to prove those charges against you. The state represented by the Solicitor General will bear that burden and will have to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. If they do get a conviction against you, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000 for each charge. That can run concurrently or consecutively. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charges previously listed?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
I accept your not guilty plea. Your case will be so reset to a division judge for further adjudication. You and your client are now free to go, Ms. Young, now that the waiver is not done.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good one.
All right, have a great afternoon. Are there other private attorneys on the screen? Mr. Murphy, are you still present? I believe Mr. Murphy might be gone. All right, are there other private attorneys in the courtroom? Not present at this time. All right, we're gonna go through. I'm sorry. Okay, Mr. Henderson, they're still trying to reach you. Please make contact if you can. I don't see him on screen right now. He might be on another call.
Your Honor, was this about one of the hazing cases?
Hazing, yes.
I put an instruction in the chat room of who to contact.
Oh, okay. She's present in the courtroom and is not in the Zoom.
Oh, okay. It's
So
Natasha.
that might be part of the problem there. There's someone else for you to contact. Give us a moment. We'll try to get that person.
Natasha Crawford is the name of the attorney, and just call the main desk at the solicitor.
Okay, so call the main desk of the solicitor's office and ask for Natasha Crawford. Yes. Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
All right. Any announcement from the public defender's office, Mr. Howard, before we begin? Just going through the calendar.
Not yet, Judge, other than the ones we've already made. Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure I understand why people continue to not arrive at 9 o'clock. That makes things go slower. Yes. Position 3 and 33 have just arrived. 3 and 36 have just arrived. I'm assuming there's great explanations for why you were not present at 9 o'clock. All right. No announcements from public defender on Zoom. Are there any announcements in the courtroom? No. You're still working through? Okay, you said you have waived. Did you already let Ms. Champion know which one? Okay. 33 and 42.
And position 70, judge decided that they want to waive from public defender, so.
Okay.
Okay.
And position 62.
You may have to tell me again.
Okay.
All right. All right, I'm gonna go through the calendar. If you are waiting for the public defender to respond back to you, please let me know. When I call your name, position 2, Jasmine Worthen. Ms. Worthen.
Here, Your Honor. Here, Your Honor.
Okay, are you waiting to hear back from the public defender's office?
No, ma'am.
Okay, do you have an attorney? And I
No,
need you to
ma'am.
turn on your camera.
I'm here. No, I don't have an attorney.
Okay, do you and I see that you failed to appear at the last Apollo calendar. Do you have an explanation for what happened at that time?
I didn't receive anything in the mail. I was actually incarcerated at the time, so I didn't receive anything in the mail. I don't know if they don't have my current address, but I didn't receive the Zoom link, so I wasn't able to join.
All right. Ms. Worthing, do you understand that you have a right to an attorney today?
Yes, I do.
And you do not intend to contact the public defender's office for assistance at any
No,
point?
no, ma'am.
All right, so do you intend to hire an attorney to assist you with this at a later date, a private attorney?
No, ma'am. I'm not really sure I'm not even really sure what this is. I'm not even really sure.
You were formally, has her case been arraigned? It has not been arraigned, correct, Ms. Champion? This is an opportunity for you to understand the formal charges that are filed against you. Ms. McCutcheon, is this your case by any chance?
Yes, Your Honor, that would be my case.
Is there a plea offer at this time?
There is no plea offer at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. What Ms. Worthing, typically what would happen is this is an opportunity for you to speak with the state regarding your case, to obtain the services of a public defender, and from the court to check the status of your case. Since there's no plea offer available to you at this time, I'm going to formally arraign your case, which is where I tell you what the charges are against you. And what you're going to do is you're going to enter a not guilty plea. And then what I'm going to strongly suggest that you do is immediately contact an attorney so that someone can assist you with this, so that you can bring this case to a formal resolution, okay?
Okay.
All right, so let's arrange your case. Ms. Champion, will you print me her accusation?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is that me asking for the attorney? Is that me contacting the public defender's office?
Ms. Worthing, if you want the assistance of a public defender, you have to fill out that form and do so now. What I don't want you to do is have you do this proceeding pro se and then you decide you want a public defender later. Do you want the assistance of a public defender's office?
I'm not really sure because I don't know what I don't know what the charges are. I don't know.
Okay, what you need to do, what I'm going to suggest you do is send an email to the public defender's email that's in this chat. Let them speak with you and see if you qualify for their services today, okay? Look at the chat.
I'm in the chat, but I don't see it.
Mr. Howard, will you paste it again? It may be that if someone joined late, it's no longer showing.
Yes, Judge, we'll get it pasted again.
Okay, Ms. Worthing, we're going to come back to you. Please send that email to the public defender's office.
Just say I need assistance.
Yes, pretty much. Send a phone number where they can call you back.
It was just reposted, Judge. Just follow the directions on the chat.
Follow the directions in the chat. And I'm sorry, there was someone who did not qualify for the services of the public defender. What office? What position was that? Ms. Champion, who didn't qualify? You just told me. Tell me again.
Didn't qualify?
Wasn't there somebody who somebody declined the services? That was it. Didn't qualify. Position 7. 7D, 70. Okay.
And also position 93.
Position 70 and 93. Okay.
38 and 81
Like directed traffic. Okay, Mr. Edward Espinoza, please come forward.
Come to the podium right here, sir, in front of the microphone.
All right, are you Edward Espinoza? Mr. Espinoza, I'm speaking with you. Are you Edward Espinoza?
Yes.
Okay, and you said that you do not need the services of the interpreter today, correct? Okay, your case is 21 CR 0050288. Is there which member of the state is assigned to this case?
That's me, Your Honor.
Mr. Henderson, is there any plea offer available at this time?
Not at this time, Your Honor. It would involve some serious jail time.
Okay, understood. Mr. Espinoza, there's no plea offer on your file today, which means that I'm going to formally arraign your case. That means I'm going to explain to you the charges against you. You are gonna enter a plea of not guilty when I ask you, how do you plead? And then that will give you time to find an attorney to assist you with this. It's the court's strong recommendation that you go out today and find an attorney to help you, all right? Because the state has indicated they would like you to have serious jail time. So you're gonna need the assistance of someone who can help you get through this, all right? Ms. Champion, will you please print me the formal?
Yes, ma'am, I'm printing.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And I'm gonna work on my Odyssey. I don't know why I can't get in there. Okay. And you are Edward Espinoza. Mr. Espinoza, in the case of State of Georgia versus Edward Espinoza, case 21 CR 0050288, it reads as follows. I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Edward Espinoza with the offense of reckless conduct, a misdemeanor, for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September 21st of 2021, did endanger the bodily safety of other persons by consciously disregarding a substantial and justifiable risk that his act or omission would cause harm or endanger the safety of such persons. And this disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care which a reasonable person would exercise, to wit, by discharging a firearm in public in violation of OCGA section 16-5-60B, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof, signed Keith E. Gamage. So I've read those charges against you. You've been formally charged, as I just stated, with reckless conduct. Your case will now be reset for trial, and the trial will be scheduled by the state court judge to whom the case is actually assigned. At this trial, you will have the right to an attorney, and I'm suggesting that you go get an attorney today. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay, making sure you understand. You do not have the burden to prove the charges against you. The state represented by the Solicitor General will bear that burden and will have to prove those charges beyond a reasonable doubt in order to get a conviction against you. If they do get a conviction, you can face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information that I have just presented, how do you plead to the charge of reckless conduct?
Guilty.
No, you're gonna plead not guilty. Did you say guilty? No, you, at this time, you're pleading not guilty, and I'm resetting your case, okay? So you're gonna get an attorney who's gonna help you with this. You understand that? And you do not want the services of the public defender's office? Okay, based upon, it does not seem, I think you should reconsider that. Based upon this information that I've just presented, how do you plead to the charge of reckless conduct?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Your case will be reset. Make sure that your address stays current with the clerk here in the court. If you move or anywhere else, make sure you update your address, okay? All right, and go get an attorney today. All right, Mr. Espinoza, you're free to go. All right, who else did not qualify for the services of the public defender? 93.
Judge, I did not qualify for those services. This is
Okay,
Brian
hold
Mccloud.
one, Ms. Mccloud, please hold.
Sure.
Position 93, please pronounce your name for me and come forward. Ms. Last name Ringside, Reungsai. Okay, and pronounce your last name for me. Please come forward and stand at this podium. Will you print his accusation with me too? Okay, pronounce your name for me, sir.
My first name Chodipat, last name Ringside.
Okay, Ringside, did I say it
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Ringside. Mr. Ringside, your case is 21 CR 0050728, in which you're charged with 1 count of battery family violence with an offense date of September the 24th, of 2021. I'm gonna read the formal charges against you, okay? Is there any plea offer for this case at this time?
No, Your Honor.
No plea offer. All right. So what I'm gonna do is arraign your case, which means I'm gonna explain the charges against you. You are gonna plead not guilty.
Not
And
guilty.
you're gonna say not guilty, which means I'm just here to explain the charges against you. You're gonna enter a not guilty plea. And then you're gonna go and find an attorney to assist you with this, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, in the case, and say your first name for me. I wanna get it right.
Chodipat.
Chodibad Rungsai.
Yes, ma'am.
In the case of State of Georgia versus Chodibad Rungsai, your case 21 CR 0050728. It reads as follows. I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Chiobad Ringside with the offense of battery, family violence, first offense, misdemeanor, for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September the 24th, 2021, did intentionally cause visible bodily harm to Natadio Tepricha, who is the present spouse of said accused, by striking her in the face and grabbing her by the throat in violation of OCGA 16-5-23.1 F1, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, Keith E. Gamage. All right, now that I've read that to you, that's the charge against you. Your case will now be set for trial, and the trial will be scheduled by the state court judge to whom the case is actually assigned. At this trial, you will have the right to an attorney. You do not have the burden to prove the charges against you at trial. The state represented by the Solicitor General will bear that burden and has to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt in order to get a conviction. If they do get a conviction, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charge of battery, family violence, misdemeanor? How do you plead?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Your case will be so reset for trial. Please go and find an attorney to assist you with this. All right, you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
I do have attorney, but I'm not sure it's okay. And I have the letter to the, do I have opportunity to present to prosecutor and the court?
Okay, you saying you have evidence to present? Is that what you're saying? We're not gonna take that today.
Okay, sorry.
What you need to do is still, I strongly recommend that you find an attorney to assist you with this, okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You are free to go, all right?
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, if I may, Bruce Vail from the Public Defender Office.
Yes.
Position 87, Q Miles, applied but does not qualify for our services.
Okay, thank you.
And position 82 also does not qualify for the public defender
Okay.
service.
What's the name of 82?
That's Makaya Parham.
Okay. Makaya Parham, could you please come forward?
Did you say LaMarsha Parham?
Hold on, position 82.
Carnahan.
Oh, no, I did not say that name. Makaya Carnahan. Yes, that's you? Okay. Ms. Carnahan, you do not qualify for the services of the Public Defender's Office. I'm going to give you the same warning that I've given everyone else. Please reach out and try to find an attorney to assist you with this, okay?
All right.
Is there any offer for this position from the state at this time? We're at position 82.
Hello, Your Honor. It took me a second to get off mute. No, not at this time.
Not at this time. Thank you so much. All right, what I'm gonna do is the same thing. I'm gonna read you the charges against you. You're gonna enter a not guilty plea, which basically means I'm just telling you what you've been charged with, all right?
All right.
And then from there, you're gonna go out and really work on finding an attorney to assist you, all right?
All right.
And pronounce your last name for me.
Carnahan.
Carnahan, okay. Thank you, Ms. Champion. I appreciate that.
You got one more.
I know she has another, she has 2 charges. All right, I'll start. Makaya Carnahan, your case is 21 CR 005056A. in which you're charged with 2 charges. The first one is willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer. The second charge is loitering and prowling. I'm gonna read both of these to you, all right?
All right.
I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Micaiah LaRae Carnahan with the offense of loitering or prowling in misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September the 22nd, 2021, did appear in a place at a time or in a manner not usual for law-abiding individuals under circumstances that warrant a justifiable or reasonable alarm or immediate concern for the safety of persons or property in the vicinity in violation of OCGA Section 16-11-36, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof, signed Keith E. Gamage. I'm going to read the second one. I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General for the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, who hereby charge and accuse Micaiah LaRae Carnahan with the offense of willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer, a misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September 22nd, 2021, did knowingly and willfully obstruct or hinder D. Brooks, Unit 7093, a law enforcement officer in the lawful discharge of the officer's official duties by fleeing and refusing verbal commands to walk toward the officer in violation of OCGA Section 16-10-24A, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof, signed Keith E. Gamage. I have read the formal charges against you. You understand those charges?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your case will now be reset for trial, and the trial will be scheduled by the state court judge to whom your case is actually assigned. At this trial, you will have the right to an attorney, just as you've had today. You do not have the burden to prove the charges against you. The state, represented by the Solicitor General, will bear that burden and will have to will bear the burden to prove those charges beyond a reasonable doubt in order to get a conviction against you. If they do get a conviction, you can face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000 for each charge, and that can run concurrently or consecutively. Based upon the information that I have presented, how do you plead to the charges I listed?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Your case will be so reset and work on finding an attorney to assist you with this, okay? You're free to go.
All right, thank you.
Yes. Okay, if you will write your address down. Oh, actually, you need to go upstairs. Where they need to go?
Go upstairs to the clerk's office on the first floor, J150, and they'll give you a change of address. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Take care. I'm sorry, there was another announcement. Before I go to the Zoom, I'm trying to clear as many people out of here.
Position 81 and 38 came in late.
Okay. Are there other people in the courtroom that did not qualify? Okay, I'm position 110. Okay, Devontae Broussard, please come forward. Oh, he has quite a few. But before we might be able to. Might be able to get around. Okay, Mr. Broussard, are you aware of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna read them to you. You've been charged with driving, speeding, reckless driving, failure to obey a sign or control device, driving and failure to maintain a proper lane, fleeing or attempting to elude a police officer, driving while your license was suspended or revoked, no insurance, knowingly driving a vehicle on a suspended, cancel, or revoked registration, and possession of marijuana less than an ounce, each in case 21 CR 0051004G. Do you waive a formal reading of each of those accusations? Do you understand the charges against you? Okay. What I'm going to do, because you don't qualify for the services of the public defender's office, I'm going to arraign your case, which means that we're going to make sure that you're aware of all the charges against you. And then as I've encouraged everyone else, please go out and try to find an attorney to assist you with this. You have quite a few charges against you. They're very serious charges. I'm just going to check with the state. Is there any plea offer on any of these at this time?
No, Your Honor.
I understand. Thank you. All right, I've just read the charges. You've waived that formal reading. Your case will be so reset for trial and scheduled by the state court judge to whom your case is actually assigned. At this trial, you will have the right to an attorney, just as you've had today. You do not have the burden to prove the charges against you. The state represented by the Solicitor General will bear that burden and will have to prove that those charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt in order to get a conviction. If they do get a conviction, you can face a sentence of 1 year in prison for each charge and a fine of $1,000 for each charge. And that could run concurrently or consecutively. Based upon this information that I've presented to you, how do you plead to the charges I previously listed? I accept you're not guilty plea. Your case will be so reset to the division judge for trial. I encourage you strongly to find an attorney, but otherwise you're free to go, all right?
Thank you. Have a good day.
Have a good afternoon. Is there anyone else in the courtroom that did not qualify for the services of public defender's office?
I didn't.
In the courtroom, please hold. Okay, what's your name, sir?
Caillou Miles.
Not on Zoom, in the courtroom. Please hold if you are on Zoom. Your name, sir? All right. All right, Mr. Wright, you're what you're gonna do, because you don't qualify for the services of the public defender's office, your case, I'm gonna arraign your case today. And that's basically, I'm gonna tell you what the charges are against you, all right?
Okay. I do have a question when you finish.
Okay, ask me a very limited question, because again,
Yeah, well, I got pulled over today on my way here. And the officer told me my license was been suspended, said I had to attend.
okay, I don't want you to say the state is listening to this, okay? So I don't want you
It's
to.
directly related to the case.
Right, I understand, and that's what I'm afraid of. I don't want you to say something related to
Oh,
this
okay,
case
gotcha.
that could result
All
in
right,
further problems. So what I want you to do is, I'm gonna arraign this case. I'm gonna tell you what the charges are against you. You're gonna plead not guilty to this, all right? And then once you've pled not guilty, you'll be free to go, all right? This is just to let you know what the formal charges are against you, all right?
Okay.
Before I do that, I'm sorry, please tell me your name again. Were you able to speak with someone? Okay, Ms. Mitchell, do you want to just enter a formal waiver of arraignment and then try to continue this at your office? Because it may be that, you're not able to resolve that today. It might be more, you're free to sit here and try to do that if you wish, but I'm just trying to do what's expedient. Oh, or you could go up to the solicitor's office on the 3rd floor if you wanted to try that. The 3rd floor, the solicitor's office is in this building. If you wanted to go upstairs and try that. Okay, and then if all attempts fail, you can come back down and tell me you're gonna enter a formal waiver, and then you all be free to go, okay? All right, I'm sorry, I'll be back.
Yes, that's fine.
Are you Dan Wright?
That's fine.
Okay, Mr. Wright, your case is 21 CR 005039A, and what you're charged with driving improper erratic lane change, driving under the influence of alcohol, concentration of 0.8 or more, and driving under the influence of alcohol less safe. I'm gonna read you your formal accusations such that you understand the charges against you, okay? In the case number that I just listed, the state of Georgia versus Dan Vic Wright, I, Keith E. Gammage, Solicitor General for the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, and in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Dan Vicky Wright with the offense of DUI, driving under the influence of alcohol less safe, a misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September the 22nd, 2021, did drive a moving vehicle under the influence of alcohol to the extent that it was less safe for such person to drive, in violation of OCGA section 40-6-391A, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. That's charge 1. Charge 2, I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens, of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Dan Vicky Wright with the offense of driving improper/erratic lane change, a misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September 22nd, 2021, did on a roadway divided into two or more clearly marked lanes for traffic, failed to drive a motor vehicle as nearly as predictably entirely within a single marked lane of traffic in violation of OCGA Section 40-6-48, contrary to the laws of the state, the good peace and dignity thereof. And this is the last one I'll read. I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Dan Vicky Wright with the offense of DUI, driving under the influence of alcohol, concentration of 0.08 grams or more within 3 hours or more, a misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September the 22nd, 2021, did drive a moving vehicle with an alcohol concentration of 0.08 grams or more within 3 hours after such driving ended from alcohol consumed before such driving in violation of OCGA Section 40-6-391A, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. So do you understand the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now that you've understood those charges and I've explained them to you, your case is going to be reset for trial and it will be scheduled by the state court judge who will actually hear that case. You will have the right to an attorney at that trial. You do not have the burden to prove the charges against you. The state represented by the Solicitor General bears that burden and will have to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If they do so and they get a conviction, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000 for each charge. That could run concurrently or consecutively. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charges I just listed?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Your case will be so reset for trial. It is my strong recommendation that you go and find an attorney to assist you with this, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right. Now I will be notified via mail or text or.
However you got this same notice,
I
you'll be
didn't get the
notified.
ALS thing. That's why I'm on. Whatever
Did
that
you,
is.
how did you get, you got this notice without issue?
Yeah, I got this notice. Yeah.
Then you should get the same, you'll be notified the same way, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, you're free to go. Is there anyone else in the courtroom that has been told that they do not qualify for the services of public defender's office? Okay, all right, Mr. Miles, I'm gonna go to your case. Please unmute your screen and turn on your camera. You've been informed that you do not qualify for the services of the public defender's office.
Yes.
I'm trying to find 87.
Oh.
Okay, Mr. Miles, I'm gonna arraign your case at this time, which means I'm gonna make you aware of the charges against you, okay?
Okay. I have a quick question too. Would I be able to like talk to like the state about diversion, maybe?
Let's see if there's an offer on your file for position 87. Is there any offer?
There's not, Your Honor.
Okay, what you'll need to do, Mr. Miles, is speak to an attorney who might be able to assist you with getting some type of deal from the state, all right? I advise you to find an attorney today. All right, please, Mr. Lloyd, please mute your screen. I hear a lot of background interference. Thank you. Mr. Miles, your case 21 CR 00506-1F, in which you're charged with battery, just battery, with an offense date of September 23rd of 2021. Do you waive a formal reading of your accusation, or would you like me, do you understand the charges against you, or would you like me to read the formal charges?
I understand the charges against me.
Okay, so you waive that formal reading?
Yes.
I appreciate that. Your case will now be set for trial, and the trial will be scheduled by the state court judge to whom your case is actually assigned. At this trial, you'll have a right to an attorney, and I strongly suggest you move forward with finding one today. You do not have the burden to prove the charges against you. The state represented by the Solicitor General bears that burden and will have to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If they do so, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000 for that charge. Based upon the information I presented, how do you plead to the charge of battery?
I plead not guilty.
I accept you're not guilty to. Your case will be so reset for trial. Please move forward with finding an attorney, okay, Mr. Miles?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Was there another position that have been told that they don't qualify for the services of the public defender, Mr. Howard?
Buffington, Randy.
See, let me check, Judge. I think the other ones, I don't know if you've handled position 114, Mr. Devontae Harris.
114.
What, on Zoom anyway, Judge, if you're doing Zoom, yeah.
No one has indicated anything in the courtroom, so I will turn to the Zoom positions for now. Position 114, Mr. Devontae Harris.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you've been informed that you do not qualify for the services of the public defender's office.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. Is there an offer from the state for Mr. Harris's?
There's not, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Harris, what's gonna happen now is, as you've heard and seen me do throughout this morning, I'm gonna arraign your case. That means I'm gonna make you aware of the formal charges against you, and you're gonna plead not guilty, and you're gonna move forward with finding an attorney to help you with this, okay?
Okay.
All right. Champion, will you bring your charges in? Thank you. Mr. Harris, your case is 21 CR 005115J. In which you're charged with 1 count of battery family violence with an offense date of August the 15th of 2021. I'm gonna read you the formal charges against you. Make sure you understand them. Thank you so much. Okay, in the case of State of Georgia versus Devontae Harris, case 21 CR 005115J, I, Keith E. Cameron, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Devontae Antonio Harris with the offense of battery family violence, a misdemeanor, for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about August the 15th, 2021, did intentionally cause visible bodily harm to Kyle Scott, who is the other person living in the same household of said accused, by striking Kyle Scott and causing scratches and lacerations in violation of OCGA 23.1F1, contrary to the laws in the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof, signed Keith E. Gamage. I've read you the formal charges against you. Your case will now be reset for trial. At that trial, you'll have the right to an attorney, and the state will have to prove those charges. Ms. Butler, please mute your screen. Mr. Jordan, can you mute that for me? Thank you. I'm hearing some very loud. Thank you. I appreciate that. You will not have the burden to prove the charges against you at trial. The state represented by the solicitor bears that burden. If they get a conviction against you, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
I accept you're not guilty plea, Mr. Harris. Please move forward. We're trying to get an attorney. All right?
Yes, ma'am. What could I obtain one from?
Look at the State Bar of Georgia's directory. There are lots of attorneys who practice criminal law. All right?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
In the courtroom, Your Honor, does not qualify.
Okay, position 38 is Ian King. Please come forward. Mr. King, you were not here at 9 when I called the original calendar.
Sorry, I had a call something.
Okay, we're gonna arraign your case. And what you need to do is move forward. We're trying to find an attorney to assist you with this, all right? Mr. King, your case is 21 CR 004954B, in which you're charged with simple assault, family violence with an offense date of September the 19th of 2021. Do you understand the charges against you? Okay, well, do you waive a formal reading of those charges at this time? Or would you like me to read the charges? All right, give me one moment. All right. It reads as follows: State of Georgia versus Ian Gerald King. I, Keith B. Gamage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Ian Gerald King with the offense of simple assault, family violence, a misdemeanor for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September the 19th of 2021. Did commit an act which placed Fatima Richards in reasonable apprehension of immediately receiving a violent injury, who was the present spouse of said accused, to wit, bit her in the arm in violation of OCGA section 16-5-20D, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General. Now that I've read those, you understand the charges against you? Okay. Your case will be reset to a division judge who is actually going to hold the trial. At trial, you'll have the right to an attorney, just as you've had today. The state will have to prove those charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You will not bear that burden. Go ahead.
If I bring a witness in, which is her statement that none of the injuries.
You should speak to an attorney about the best way to present your defense, okay? We're not having a trial today, and I don't want you to inadvertently say something because the state is listening, all right? All communication should go through an attorney. If they do get a conviction, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or $1,000 for that charge. Based upon this information, how do you plead at this time?
Not good.
I accept your not guilty plea. Make sure that your address stays current with the court, Mr. King. Your case will be reset and you'll get a notice from a division judge, all right? You're free to go. Is there anyone else in the courtroom that does not qualify?
Oh, Judge, this Tim, Lord, I don't think I qualified.
Hold 1 second. I said in the courtroom. Do you qualify? Have you spoken with the public defender's office? Okay. Is there someone still here?
Judge, yeah, I provided some other position numbers that we have spoken with that don't qualify, Judge.
I see those, Mr. Howard, on Zoom. I'll go to those if there's no one in the courtroom that doesn't qualify. We're trying to clear as many people out of here to the Omicron variant. Is there anyone else? Okay, we will go to Mr. Mccloud then while we're determining whether or not. Mr. Mccloud, please unmute your screen and turn on your camera.
I'm here.
Okay, all right. All right, Mr. Mccloud, your case is 21 CR 004956C, in which you're charged with simple battery family violence with an offense date of September the 18th of 2021. Do you understand the charges against you, or would you like me to read them and explain them to you formally?
Could you please read them out?
All right, it'll take us a moment. Ms. Champion, will you please print? In the meantime, Ms. McCloud, please hold. Were you able to be seen by someone? Tell me your name, ma'am. Say it louder. Okay, so that's why you have not been seen. Has everyone in here been seen by the public defender's office? Or at least submitted an application? Is there anyone still, besides the young lady I just spoke with, is there anyone else waiting to speak to the public defender? He's filling out an application now. Is there another application in here for Ms. Conqueen so we can I'm trying to empty out this room if possible. Thank you. Okay. All right, Mr. Mccloud, it reads as follows. I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Brian Lee Mccloud with the offense of simple battery family violence, a misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September the 18th, 2021, did intentionally make physical contact of an insulting nature with the person of Shelby Jennings, who is the present spouse of the accused, to wit, grabbed him by the clothes in violation of OCGA section 16-5-23F, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General. Now, do you understand the charges against you?
Yes.
All right, your case will be so reset to a division judge who will actually hold the trial. Okay, I'm sorry, who will actually hold the trial and will schedule it. At that time, you'll have the right to present any witnesses or any evidence that you would like, and you'll have the right to be represented by an attorney. You do not bear the burden to prove the charges against you at that trial. The state bears that burden. If they do get a conviction against you, you can face a fine of up to $1,000 or a year in prison. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charge of simple battery, family violence?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. I encourage you to find an attorney. And then I also encourage you to keep your address current with the court. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else in the courtroom that does not qualify? If not, we're going to move to position of 106. Keyshawn Anderson.
Your Honor, Robert Morgan's trying to speak up and cannot unmute his video.
Okay, thank you. Keyshawn Anderson. All right. All right. I see. Okay, I see you on the screen. All right. Before I begin with Mr. Anderson, has everyone on the Zoom conference who wishes to have the services of the public defender filled out an application? If you have not, please go forward and do so now so that we can try to move through this. And I see someone else is complaining. We are moving about this as expeditiously as possible. All complaints are being considered. All right, Mr. Anderson, you have been charged with in case 21 CR 0050938. And what you've been charged with: 1 count of battery, family violence, 1 count of cruelty to children in the third, and actually 2 counts of cruelty to children in the 3rd degree. You do not qualify for the services of the public defender's office, so I'm going to arraign your case, which means I'm going to tell you the formal charges against you, as you've seen me do several times today. You're going to enter a not guilty plea, and then you're going to try to find an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you're going to keep your address current with the court as well. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I'm going to read the charges against you at this time. All right. I, Keith E. Gimmons, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Keyshawn Anderson with the offense of battery, family violence, a misdemeanor for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September 11th, did intentionally cause substantial physical harm to Rondisha Davidson, who is the parent of the same child of the accused, by punching Rondisha Davidson in the face in violation of OCGA section 16-5-23.1 F1, contrary to the laws, the state, the good order and peace and dignity thereof. That's charge 1. Charge 2. I, Keith E. Gimmons, Solicitor General for the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Keyshawn Anderson with the offense of cruelty to children, 3rd degree, a misdemeanor for that said in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September 11th, did intentionally allow a child, to wit, J.A., under the age of 18, to witness the commission of a battery or family violence battery in violation of OCGA section 16-5-70, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. I'm going to move to the next position. The next charge. I, Keith E. Gimmons, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Keyshawn Anderson with the offense of cruelty to children, 3rd degree, a misdemeanor for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September 11th, did allow a child, to wit, K.A., under the age of 18, to witness the commission of a battery or family violence battery in violation of OCGA 16-5-70, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order and peace and dignity thereof. Each of these are signed by Solicitor General Keith E. Gimmons. Do you understand the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, your case will be reset for trial by the division judge. The state will bear the burden to prove those charges against you. And you will have a right to an attorney, and you'll have the opportunity to present any witnesses you may have. If they get a conviction, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison for each charge, or a fine of $1,000 for each charge that can run concurrently or consecutively. Based upon this information, how do you plead, Mr. Anderson?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Your case will be so reset and you are now free to go. All right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
All right, we're gonna go to case position number 109, Miss Stephanie Gutierrez, who does not qualify as well. Ms. Gutierrez, you still present? Ms. Gutierrez is not present, so we will skip her and we will go to position 55, who also does not qualify for the services of the public defender. Jeffrey Greer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Greer. Your case is 21 CR 004993A, in which you're charged, you have several charges against you. Do you understand these charges against
Yes,
you?
ma'am.
You're charged with no insurance, driving hit and run, duty to stop at the scene of an accident, following too closely, and driving on an expired tag. You need me to read the formal charges against you, or do you understand those charges as I just listed them?
I understand them, ma'am.
I appreciate that. Each of which offense dates of July the 17th of 2021. And you have waived the formal reading of each charge, correct?
You said I waived the charge?
Mr. Greer, I'm asking, do you want me, you said that you're okay with me not reading each charge. Is that correct? You understand the charges against you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, your case will be reset for trial by a division judge who will actually hear the evidence and conduct that trial. The state, represented by the Solicitor General, will bear the burden to prove those charges against you and will have to do so beyond a reasonable doubt. If they get a conviction, you can face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison and a fine of $1,000 for each charge. These may run concurrently or consecutively. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charges I just listed? What you're gonna do, Mr. Greer, you're gonna enter a not guilty plea. You're gonna keep your address current with the court, and you're gonna go out and find an attorney to assist you with this. Okay,
Yes,
I'm arraigning your case.
ma'am.
So as the charges I listed previously, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Your case will be so reset for trial. You're gonna keep your address current with the court, and you're free to go. All right, Mr. Greer?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, are there any other positions that do not qualify for the services of the public defender?
I don't.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I said I don't. Timothy, I'm Tim Lord. I don't qualify.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Lord. Wesley Warren. One oh eight. He's present in the courtroom. All right, Mr. Warren, Ms. Lord, I'll get to you next. All right, you'll be the next one. Mr. Warren, please come forward. I can answer very limited questions. The best person to direct the question to is an attorney. All right, I feel like I qualify, and I wrote it down on my paper that how much I made, and then he asked me again outside to verify. I made up a number, and he said he just ran with it and said, "Well, now you can't qualify," even though what I said on my paper, I make $1,000 a month. Then he asked me questions going into like, how do you pay your rent? You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Because my rent is $1,000, but I make $1,000. Then he tried to corner me to before you said, wait. So basically, there's some confusion about whether or not you qualify.
I know I qualify actually because I have one. I had one before, and I make the same amount of money. So he just tried to corner me to basically say I can't have one.
Is there any?
Judge, he made the statement that you make the shot $30,000 a year.
So I wrote, what did I write down on my paper?
And the court says you just made that up. So
what did I write down on my paper?
Okay, so it's a public defender's office position that he does not qualify. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna arraign your case today, tell you what the charges are, And I'm gonna give you all some opportunity to resolve this. You can still get a public defender app because there seems to be some confusion. Maybe you should sit down and resubmit your application to the office and allow them to review. Maybe you can provide some proof. And then that would allow you to get the services to that office, all right?
Gotcha.
Because I want to make sure that you do that. Will you print his accusation because it's a family violence? Yes, thank you. Please, we're trying not to get sick here. Please pull up your mask. I'm not implying that you have COVID, but we are not risking it. So I'm working very hard to empty out this room. And I thank you everyone for their patience on Zoom. I'm trying to protect the safety of the courthouse staff as well as myself. All right. Thank you. All right. In the case of State of Georgia versus Wesley Austin Warren, your case number is 21 CR 005101H, in which you were charged with 1 count of battery, family violence. It reads as follows. I, Keith E. Gammert, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Wesley Austin Warren with the offense of battery, family violence, a misdemeanor. For that said, in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September 24th, did intentionally cause visible bodily harm to Danielle Peaks, who is the other person living in the same household of said accused, by striking Danielle Peaks, which caused scratches and bruises in violation OCGA 16-5-23.1 F1, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, Keith E. Gammert, Solicitor General. Now that I've read those charges and you understand what they are, your case will be so reset for trial and assigned and scheduled by the state court judge who will actually hear the case. You'll have the right to an attorney at that hearing, and you'll have the right to present any evidence in your favor. You will not bear the burden to prove those charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. The state bears that burden. If they do prove those charges against you, you could face up to a year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead at this time?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Your case has been arraigned, Mr. Warren. What I suggest you do is that you resubmit your application to the public defender's office, provide some proof of income, and then if you do qualify, I'm sure the public defender will be happy to assist you with this, all right?
Okay, thank you.
You're free to go. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lloyd, you're on. Where are you?
I'm right here.
All right, what position is Mr. Lloyd?
Excuse me.
Yes, who's speaking?
This is Timothy Lord.
Okay, but someone else was speaking.
Oh.
Is there someone else?
That was Randy Buffington. That was Randy Buffington, Your Honor. I don't qualify either.
Okay. Mr. Howard, I'm verifying with you that these people don't qualify.
Which position number is Mr. Buffington?
51 and 50. Mr. Lloyd says he doesn't qualify. I'm just verifying with you.
Well, Mr. Lloyd, Judge, I don't believe he submitted an application. I haven't received one, but when we initially spoke with him, he indicated he wanted to represent himself.
Okay, so Mr. Lloyd, do you not qualify or do you want to represent yourself? Which one is it? Because what I don't want you to do is decide you want a public defender later. This is your opportunity to get one.
Yes, I need one.
Okay, well then I need you to turn in an application then, Mr. Lloyd, okay?
So, do I fill it out now? Where's the application?
Okay, Mr. Lloyd. If you'll look at the chat feature, as we've discussed several times, you send an email to that email address and someone with your phone number and someone will call you, okay?
To my Raven Davis PD Legal? Well, it went away.
Yes.
Yes, that is where you're gonna send. You're gonna look at the chat, you're gonna scroll up and you're gonna look at the chat feature and you're gonna send an email to that person, all right?
Excuse me, Judge. I apologize. What is the chat? How I stroll up a chat?
Okay, I'm not able, I
Hey,
don't
bro,
wanna
you gotta
hold us
hit.
off
You
to
gotta
this.
hit more. You gotta hit more, and then you're gonna see chat right at the top. Hit more.
Okay. All right, Mr. Buffington, you were told you do not qualify for the service. Mr.
Yeah,
Howard,
I don't qualify.
Mr. Howard, can you
Did he submit? I'm not sure if did you submit an application, Mr. Buffington?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Okay.
I was told that I don't qualify because I didn't complete the application, but at this present time, I'm not able to like redo an application.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you do not want, say that again, I'm sorry, Mr. Buffington. You said you did not complete it, and then what happened?
I said I'm not at the time. I'm not able to redo one at the time to send it back in to see if I qualify. So I don't qualify because I'm not able to resend the application
Now,
back
this
in.
is your chance, Mr. Buffin, to get a public defender. I do not want you to come back later and say, I needed the services of a public defender. I'm gonna recommend that you send that same email now and see if you qualify. They can answer you some questions over the phone, all right?
I'd rather just get a attorney. No.
Okay, all right, you're gonna have to hold one moment. I'm coming back to you, Ms. Mitchell. Is there any announcements or?
You can read.
Okay. And you sure you don't want to enter a written waiver? That would really help me, but all right. Yes, if you would do so, because we're just trying to move this along. Right, I understand. I don't believe there's a form. We don't have a form. If you've been here long and I trust that you would do so as soon as you return to your office. So if you'll do that, you all will be free to go, all right? And please get it done as soon as you get back to your office. I appreciate that. That's more than fine. It's April. Do you have a pen to write it down? April.champion@fultoncountyga.gov. Thank you so much. Best of luck to you all. All right. Let's go back to Mr. Buffington. Mr. Buffington, what position was he, Ms. Champion? 67. All right. Now, Mr. Buffington.
Yes,
What I
ma'am.
don't want is you to decide later that you want a public defender. You're gonna hire your own attorney.
Yeah, I'm
That's
getting
what
an attorney.
That's definitely what you're going to do. You're not using this as an opportunity just to leave the proceeding, are you?
Nah, I'm gonna get an attorney, y'all.
Okay, now I'm gonna make a note to the public defender's office if you all see his application later. Mr. Randy Lee Buffington, your case is 21 CR 0050244C, in which you're charged with 1 count of battery family violence with an offense date of March 20th of 2021. I'm gonna read you your formal accusation of the charges against you. Excuse me, dry throat. I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens, do hereby charge and accuse Randy Lee Buffington with the offense of battery family violence, a misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about March the 20th, 2021, did intentionally cause visible bodily harm to Ebony Lewis, who is a parent of same child of said accused by striking her in violation of OCGA section 16-5-23.1 F1, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, Solicitor General Keith E. Gamage. Now that I've read that, you understand the charges against you, Mr. Buffington?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, your case will be so reset for trial and assigned and scheduled by the state court judge. At this trial, you'll have the right to an attorney and you'll have a right to present evidence in your favor in your defense. You will not bear the burden to prove the charges against you. The state represented by the Solicitor General will bear that burden. If they do get a conviction against you, you can face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000 or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charge of battery family violence?
I plead not guilty, but can I say one thing first?
I want to caution you that that's not a wise thing to say. The state is on here, so anything you're saying today can and will be used against you.
No, I was just going to say that when I went to the court in the jail, I know I heard the judge in the jail say that I had to take like a 1-day class. So I went on ahead and I took the 1-day class. So I don't know if y'all know I was supposed to do that or not, but I know when I went to the court, I heard the judge say that. So I went on ahead and did the class.
Okay. So if you were sentenced to a 1-day anger management, make sure that you have your certificate of that. When you find your attorney, present them with that information so that they can provide that to the state. All right.
All right.
All right. And it's our strong recommendation that Mr. Henderson, were you going to say something? I saw that you unmuted.
Yes, Your Honor. Are we going to arraign him on number 68 also?
Oh, I apologize. There is more than one charge.
And Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Buffington did submit an application to our office. I did contact him, but is he now declining our services, or does
Yes,
he?
he's declining your services and saying he's gonna get his own attorney. So he's
All
not,
right.
he does not wish to have the services of the public defender's office. Mr. Buffington, you've also been charged with one count of improper erratic lane change with an offense date of September 21st. Do you understand that charge against you, or do you need me to read the formal charges for that as well?
Yes, I understand it, but does
Okay,
a tire blowout qualify as a
I do
improper
not
lane
want you to
change?
say, Mr. Buffington, do not say anything to me about your case. The state is listening, okay? So it may be that it does, but I think the best thing for you to do is to contact that private attorney that you're intending to hire. All right, as to the charge of improper or erratic lane change, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right, that case will also be assigned to the division judge. You'll have the same rights as I just previously explained. All right?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson, for that. Good catch. You are now free to go, Mr. Buffington. I advise you to please find an attorney to assist you with these. All right, and keep your address current with the court.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Howard, is there another position that does not qualify?
As of right now, Judge, I don't believe so that I have. I don't know if Mr. Bell has anyone on his
Mr.
task.
Bell, is there anyone that you're aware of that does not qualify that you've interviewed?
Only position 87, and Your Honor, you've already dealt with that position. Otherwise, no.
Everyone else that's on the line is either waiting to speak with the public defender's office or has spoken with the public defender's office. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's my understanding.
Okay. So we will be on a brief hold until
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting, but Robert Morgan is still having trouble unmuting and he's trying to speak up. He's having difficulty getting the application turned in, so he hasn't been denied or accepted yet.
Okay, what he should do is call that phone number in the chat that perhaps you can give to him so that the public defender's office can determine whether or not he qualifies. That phone number is 404-612-5419. Please call that number if you are interested in having the services of the public defender's office at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I was made aware by that these defendants in courtroom did not post the services on the public defender, so we just know what they want to do with the case.
Okay. So no one in here wishes to have the services of the public defender either now or later. Now this is what I don't want you to do is waive your right to have the services of the public defender, go forward, and then later try to get one. This is the opportunity that you have to get one. Yes, sir, you ready?
I would like to
One
get a
second, everybody on Zoom. I'm speaking with those in the courtroom. Yes.
What's your name, sir? He's position 5 on the add-on, and he's assigned to conflict defender Terrell Stark. And
Okay.
he hasn't filed a waiver or anything for him.
Okay, so you apparently have a conflict attorney assigned, and I'm gonna arraign your case then, Mr. Price, come forward. And what you should do is call your attorney. All right, now give me a second. Please come forward. Who was speaking on the screen? There was someone.
Mr. Stafford.
Yes, Mr. Stafford.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. How can I help you?
Yes, man. I was trying to fill out the application. I'm doing Zoom on my phone, and it's not giving me an option to fill it out. But I tested my email and my number and stuff, and I'm waiting to hear back from them.
Okay, somebody will call you then. Please hold, all right? If you're waiting for assistance from the public defender's office, they are working sedulously to get to you, all right? All right, Mr. Price, you have a conflict attorney who's not here today. I'm gonna arraign your case formally such that you understand the charges against you. And then what I'm gonna encourage you to do is please call your attorney as soon as you leave here today, all right? All right, Mr. Price, your case is 21 CR 004838J, in which you've been charged with one count of battery. I'm gonna read the formal charge against you. I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Gary Alexander Price with the offense of battery, a misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September the 12th of 2021, did intentionally cause visible bodily harm to Alan Perry by striking him in violation of OCGA Section 16-5-23.1, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof, signed Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General. Do you understand that charge against you?
ma'am.
All right. At this time, your case will be reset for trial, and you'll have the right to an attorney at that trial, just as you've had today. You will not bear the burden to prove the charges against you. The state, represented by the Solicitor General, will bear those charges. And if they do get a conviction against you, to face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison and or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charge of battery?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Keep your address current with the court. Please call your attorney and let them know that you were arraigned today, all right? Thank you. You're free to go, Mr. Price. All right. Everyone else is declining the services of the public defender. That's correct. Okay, sir, over here, please come forward.
No,
I
ma'am.
ask-
Say that again, ma'am.
What, no, if you're on Zoom waiting to speak to the public defender's office, they're gonna get to you, all right? Oh, please.
You've been on Zoom for forever.
Please mute your screen. You will continue to be on Zoom for forever if you continue to proceed like that. This is a formal court proceeding. All right. Sir, your name?
Isaiah, Harvey. Harvey.
She's supposed to be on this calendar? Okay.
What's your full name?
Okay, he's position 63. Okay, are you Isaiah Thomas Harvin?
Yeah.
Okay, your case is 21 CR 00508D, in which you're charged with 1 count of battery family violence with the offense date of April the 15th of 2021. Please mute your screen. Please, Warehouse 07, please mute your screen. Mr. Jordan, can you please mute him? What I want to do at this time is you're making sure you truly do not want services of the public defender's office now or later.
10 cents per page.
You declining their services. Okay, you're gonna go out and hire a private attorney. Is there any offer from the state for his for position 63 by any chance?
No, Your Honor, we didn't speak with the victim.
Okay, that's fine. The formal accusation against you reads as follows. I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Isaiah Thomas Harvin with the offense of battery, family violence. First offense, a misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about April the 15th of 2021, did intentionally cause visible bodily harm to Patrick Fulton by striking him in the back of the head, who is the other person living in the same household or said accused, in violation of OCGA Section 16-5-23.1 F1, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General. Now that I've read the charges against you, do you understand them? All right, your case will still be reset for trial at this point and handled by the division judge who will actually conduct the trial. You'll have a right to an attorney at that proceeding, and I advise you to go and find an attorney today to help you with this, especially since there's no offer in the case. Make sure you keep your address current with the clerk so that you get the notices. You will not have the burden to prove those charges against you. The state bears that burden, and if they do prove those charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison and or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charge of battery, family battery, family violence. Not guilty. I accept your not guilty plea. Please move forward with finding an attorney, all right?
Okay.
You are free to go, Mr. Hyman. All right, sir, you can come forward. And what's your name? I don't see him. Position 36. Oh, 36. Okay. All right, Mr. Williamson, you're Cedric Williamson.
Yes, ma'am.
Your case is 21 CR 004952J, in which you're charged with 1 count of simple battery and 1 count of criminal trespass. Do you understand the charges against you, or do you need me to read the formal charges at this time?
I understand.
Okay, these charges, you were charged with those on September the 17th of 2021. At this time, your case will be reset for trial and scheduled by the state court judge to who your case will be assigned. You'll have a right to an attorney at that trial, and the state will have to prove those charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You will not bear that burden. If they do get a conviction, you can face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison and or receive a fine of $1,000 for each charge. That can run concurrently or consecutively. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charge of simple battery and criminal trespass?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Please move forward getting an attorney since you have declined the services of the public defender's office. And please keep your address current with the court. Otherwise, you are free to go. All right?
Okay. Quickly, can I have a link so I can get a Zoom when I have to return to court?
If you go upstairs to the clerk's office, you can get that info, you can give them that information and make sure you get the link. Is there, what is it, J150?
Yeah, J150.
Go upstairs and give them that.
Take out your email, everything to ensure that you get them. Okay?
All right, there was one other person in the courtroom?
Yes.
All right, you can come forward. Your name? Where's the bag?
Lofton.
$113.
113, thank you. All right, and you've declined the services of the public defender's office, Ms. Lofton?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your case, Ms. Lofton, is 21 CR 005114A, in which you're charged with 1 count of battery, family violence. I'm gonna read the formal charges against you at this time. Give us one moment. All right, thank you. All right, and pronounce your first name, is it Tylandria?
Yes.
All right, in the case of the state of Georgia versus Tylandria Lofton, case number 21 CR 005114A, it reads as follows. I, Keith E. Damage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, state of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Tylandria Kiara, or pronounce your middle name?
Shakara.
Shakara Lofton with the offense of battery, family violence, a misdemeanor for that said accused in the county of Fulton, state of Georgia, on or about September 27, 2021, did intentionally cause visible bodily harm to Kamari Sykes, who is the parent of the same child of said accused by biting Kamari Sykes on the arm in violation of OCGA section 16-5-23.1 F1, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, Keith E. Damage, Solicitor General. Do you understand those charges against you?
Yes.
All right, what I'm gonna do is your case will be reset for trial, and it will be scheduled by the division judge to who your case is actually assigned. You will have the right to an attorney, and you will not bear the burden to prove those charges against you. The state bears that burden. If they do get a conviction, you can face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine for $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charges just listed?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Keep your address current with the court and go out and find an attorney, okay? All right, thank you. All right, is there another position, Mr. Howard, that does not qualify?
Right now, Judge, no, we've got a few people that we need to follow up with. Actually, I've sent several messages to Amy Kent and Shakora Butler. The numbers, I can't reach them, so I do need to be able to speak with both of them. Shakora Butler, if she could call me at the number I left in the chat for her, as well as Amy Kent. So,
I'm calling now.
and if they don't have the chat feature, I can just give them the number. It's 404-918-8481. And that's 404-918-8481. Please give me a call at that number.
All right, Mr. Vale, have you spoken with anyone and determined they don't qualify for the services of the public defender?
Your Honor, not that they do not qualify, but I do have 2 clients that have qualified.
Okay, is there an announcement for those positions?
Yes, Your Honor. Position 64, Ms. Roberts, we would waive arraignment and enter a plea of not guilty and request additional time to file motions.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that waiver, Mr. Vale. Ms. Roberts, if you're present on the screen, you're now free to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have a good
That
afternoon.
was Katie Roberts, correct?
Yes, that is.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Vale, now who else did you have an announcement for?
Position 91, Ms. Yamina Baker. For that position, we would also waive arraignment and enter a plea of not guilty and request additional time to file motions.
All right, thank you. Ms. Baker, you are now free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, have a great afternoon. Take care. I'm sorry, say that again? Yes, you didn't have any announcement for the people that you do represent?
He gave me the waivers.
Oh, good. Can you tell me what positions those were so I can strike those? And of course, you can be excused after that.
We have positions 62,
33. Oh, wait, hold on, 33. $62.
and 81.
Okay, 81.
Position 3.
Okay.
And position 49.
And 49. All right. Take care. Have a great afternoon. All right. And everyone else on the screen is waiting for the services of the public defender's office.
Judge, good morning. This is Michael Lascala. I represent a gentleman named Trevor Arndt.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Arndt. Is Mr. Arndt present?
No, Judge, we had waived arraignment, but Ms. Rockwell said the case was called, so I just wanted to confirm everything's okie dokie.
Yes, we received your waiver and you're free to go.
Thank you, Judge.
Have a great afternoon. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye, everybody.
All right, I'm going to assume that everybody else on here is waiting for the services of the public defender. We'll be taking a short recess, about 5 minutes, and I'll check back in.
Excuse me, Judge. I need to go to a printer so I can print mine out.
So is court over with?
Now, just on recess.
You're on a break.
No, stay right here. Stay right here.
Mr. Vale and Mr. Howard, do we have any announcements? Is there any announcements from Public Defender's Office?
Yes, sir. I'm still, did you call for Antonio Johnson?
I didn't call for anyone right now. I'm trying to speak with the Public Defender's Office. Please hold.
Judge, no, we've got a couple that we've gone through the applications we've received thus far. I'm on the phone with Ms. Kent right now, and I'll have an announcement on her shortly.
Okay.
And I spoke with Ms. Butler, and she's providing some additional information that'll let us make a decision on her.
Okay, and is there anybody you know that absolutely does not, has refused their services?
Ms. Kent, I believe, is one judge. I'm just finishing up answering a question for her.
Okay. Go
She'll be
ahead,
ready to
Jen.
go shortly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hart. Mr. Vale, are you present?
Is Mr. Vale on? Let's see. He may be on the line as well, Judge. There are a number of people, Judge, on the Zoom, but I guess we need to clarify if they've actually submitted applications.
If you have not submitted an application to the Public Defender's Office and you wish to have their services, please do so now. Please either call that number that's in the Zoom, which is 404-612-5419, or send an email so that they can determine whether or not you qualify for their services.
Yes, the email is going to be the best way, Judge.
Email is the best way, please. It's statecourtpd@fultoncountyga.gov so that they can assist you with this particular proceeding. The faster that you submit your applications, if they have not been received, the faster we can finish today.
And I see Mr. Daniels sent us something in the chat, Judge Johnny Daniels. It looks like he's not going to be able to submit it today based on where he is with technology. So for those type of people, Judge, we just ask that they be arraigned and then they can come down to the office as soon as possible to get it filled out. But we'll, rather than hold the court up for that, it appears he's not going to be able to do it today.
All right. And that name was Mr. Daniels. Mr. Daniels, please turn on your
Johnny
screen.
Daniels, I think it is.
Mr. Daniels, please turn on your screen.
Hello.
And
Hey, Judge. This is
yourself.
Mccloud. I'm first, I need to print mine off. I wasn't trying to interrupt your courtroom and I need to print my application off though.
Okay, Mr. Lloyd, well then go do that. Please you don't need to tell me that. We need to move this along. Mr. Daniels, go print your application or give them a call.
I don't have a printer, Judge. I'm sorry. I don't have a printer.
Okay, Mr. Lloyd, can you please call the
I probably
public
gotta go to the library.
That's why I went to the library.
Okay, Mr. Lloyd, we'll come back to you. Mr. Daniels, are you, what position is Mr. Daniels?
Yes.
Position 89.
Thank you, Ms. Champion. Okay, Mr. Daniels, you need to get your application, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry, I said that position 33, the victim is waiting on the line. I believe we resolved that case. All right, let me double check. Ms. Lawton, we've already, the attorney has, I'm sorry, before anybody starts asking questions, I just see in the chat that the victim in position 33 is waiting to make a statement or to be spoken to. Ms. Lawton, that case has already been resolved. We will not be taking any witness statements today. So you are free to go.
I've been here since 8:58 waiting, so I didn't know. The victim's advocate told me to log on for today and trying to see what the charge was and why his bond was only $250 when he literally raped me.
Okay, I don't want you to say anything. I understand that. What's happened today is all we've done is arraign that particular case. What that means is I believe that attorney actually waived that arraignment. Is that correct? 33?
Let me double check.
I don't believe he even came to court today. His attorney waived his presence today, which means that his attorney understood the charge and decided that they were going to reset his case for trial. That does not mean, Ms. Lawton, that his case is over. What it means is that his case is going to be set for trial and you'll be able to make a statement and go forward at that time, all right? The case is not closed, it's finished today. I just wanted to clarify that and let you know that you'll be free to go today, all right?
Yeah, the PD office waived it.
All right. All right, best of luck to you, Ms. Lawton, all right? Thank you for your patience. Are there other witnesses on the screen at this time?
Yes, ma'am. Patricia Hendricks here as witness for Robert Morgan case and
Okay,
victim.
more than likely, we're not taking any witness statements today, Ms. Hendricks. Let me confirm from the state, will there be any offer on Mr. Morgan's case? I believe he's positioned.
Yes, ma'am. We had the TPO removed.
I don't want you to say anything, Ms. Hendricks. Hold one moment. I do not, you'd be surprised what you say by mistake.
Okay.
Might end up being used against someone. Everyone, please mute. What position is Mr. Morgan?
95, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is there any offer for that position?
Your Honor, no, we don't have
Okay.
an.
What's gonna happen then, Ms. Hendricks, is we're just gonna arraign Mr. Morgan's case, or his attorney will waive his presence. There's not gonna be any type of statements taken from witnesses today. So unless you just wanna hang around to hear him get arraigned, otherwise you're free to go, all right?
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Is there somebody to contact to have the charges dropped, or do we have to go through these proceedings?
At this time, all I'm gonna do is arraign his case. I advise him and to speak with an attorney, all right?
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that.
All right, let's go back to Mr. Daniels, and then we'll go to position 54 after that. Okay, Mr. Daniels, you're gonna need to fill out a form with the Public Defender's Office at a later date. All right, because they said that you might qualify for their services, but you're having extreme difficulty completing the application. Is that correct?
That's correct, because I'm doing everything on my phone right now, and it's not letting me like fill out everything. I have to go print it out, I guess.
Okay, I'm gonna arraign your case then. Mr. Daniels, your case is 21 CR 005065C, in which you've been charged with 1 count of battery family violence with an offense date of July the 30th of 2021. The formal accusation reads as follows. I, Keith E. Yamish, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Johnny Lee Daniels with the offense of battery family violence, a misdemeanor for that said in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about July 30th of 2021. It intentionally caused visible bodily harm to Ulysses Wilkerson, who is the other person living in the same household of said accused, by striking Ulysses Wilkerson and causing bruising in violation of OCGA section 16-5-23(1)(f)(1), contrary to the laws of the state, the good order and peace and dignity thereof. Basically, what that means at this time, Mr. Daniels, is that first, do you understand those charges as I just explained them?
Yes.
Okay, so basically your case will now be reset for trial. At that time, the state court judge will actually conduct the trial. You will not have the burden to prove those charges against you, but you will have a right to an attorney and the opportunity to present any evidence in your defense. The state bears that burden, and if they do prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000 for this charge. Based upon the information that I presented, how do you plead to the charge of battery family violence?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Please find a way to print out your application and get it to the Public Defender's Office as soon as possible, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. You're free to go at this time. We're gonna move to position 54.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day.
You too. All right. The position 54 is the case of Amy Kent. Ms. Kent, you've been told you do not qualify. Thank you, Ms. Champion, for the services of the Public Defender's Office. Ms. Kent, are you present on the screen?
Yes, Your Honor.
I need you to turn on your camera, please, so we can identify you. Thank you, Ms. Kent. Oh, I still don't see your camera. Thank you. Your case, Ms. Kent, is 21 CR 004991J. I'm advising you to go ahead and get an attorney to assist you with this. Is there an offer from the state for position 54 at this time?
No.
Hold 1 second, Ms. Kent. Don't say anything. Mr. Henderson, you're muted.
This, when you said position 54, Your Honor?
Yes, Amy Kent.
This isn't mine.
Right, Mr. Henderson was trying to say something.
No
I'm
offer,
sorry.
Your Honor.
No offer. Okay, just wanted to confirm. Okay, Ms. Kent, there's no offer, so I'm gonna formally arraign your case, which means I'm gonna tell you what the charges are against you, all right? It
Yes,
reads
Your
as
Honor.
follows. In the state of Georgia versus Amy Kent, it reads, I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Amy Kent with the offense of battery, family violence, and misdemeanor for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about July 8, 2021, did intentionally cause visible bodily harm to David Hughes, who is the person living in the same household of said accused by punching David Hughes and causing laceration and knots in violation of OCGA section 16-5-23.1 F1, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, Keith E. Gamage. Now that I've explained those charges, do you understand them?
Yes, Your Honor.
I need you to turn your camera on the whole time. I appreciate that. Now your case will be reset for a formal trial and scheduled by the division judge to who your case is actually assigned. Ms. Kent, you have a right to an attorney at that particular proceeding, and the state will bear the burden of proof those charges against you. If they do prove those charges beyond a reasonable doubt, you could face a sentence of up to a year in prison and or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charge of battery and family violence?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Please go forward with finding an attorney to assist you with this and keep your address current with the clerk of court. All right?
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
Take care. Have a good afternoon. All right, we're going to move to position 98, Kedar McAllister. Is Mr. McAllister present?
That's me. I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McAllister, for your patience.
No worry, Your Honor.
Your case, Mr. McAllister, is 21 CR 00508-2D, in which you're charged with one count of simple battery, which has been formally accused by the Solicitor General of Fulton County. Do you waive a formal reading of your accusation? Do you understand these charges against you? Or would you
Yes,
like me to read them to you?
I waive it. I understand the charges.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. McAllister. At this time, your case will be reset for trial by the state court judge who will actually conduct your trial. You'll have a right to an attorney at that time, and you'll have the right to present any evidence or witnesses in favor of your defense. The state, if they do prove those charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt, you may face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000 for this charge. Based upon the information I've presented, how do you plead to the charge of simple battery, Mr. McAllister?
Not guilty.
All right, please move forward with getting an attorney. Keep your address current, and otherwise you're free to go. All right?
Well, correct. Will I be looking for something to come in the mail? Because I didn't receive anything in the mail for this case. I actually had to reach out to my pretrial supervisor.
What you should do is call the clerk of the court and make sure that they have the correct address, email, and phone number for you.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good afternoon.
You too. I'm free to go.
Yes, you're free to go, Mr. McAllister.
Have a great day, everybody.
Have a great day. Is there another, Mr. Howard or Mr. Vale? Is there another, any more announcements? I see Mr. Vale is coming on, I believe, or maybe not. And everyone else on the line has either reached out to the public defender's office and is waiting to be contacted. Is that correct?
I have not reached out.
Yes, ma'am.
I
No,
had actually
I have
called
not,
Ms.
dude.
I think I might have missed my my name
Okay,
probably
your-
wasn't
Your name is I see iPhone. What is your name, ma'am?
Mahogany Block.
I don't think you're on this count.
I thought it was for 11,
yes.
but when I
Okay.
called, they said 9.
Ms. Block, I see that you're on this calendar. Please send an email to the public defender's office if you'd like their services today. All right.
Hello, Your Honor.
Yes, I hear someone speaking.
This is Raven Jones. I was told to tell you that I was ready to be arraigned.
Okay, so you don't qualify for their services?
It's not that I don't qualify, it's just that I can't get to a computer to print it off or anything like that. So
Okay, you're gonna have to hold one moment for me, Ms. Jones. I called Ms. Gutierrez earlier. Ms. Gutierrez, are you still here? I was informed that you do not qualify for the services of the public defender's office.
Yes, I'm still here, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Gutierrez, I called you earlier and you were not present when I did. We're gonna go ahead and arraign your case.
109.
109. Thank you, Ms. Champion. All right, Ms. Gutierrez, I'm gonna go ahead and arraign your case. All right, you do not qualify for the services of the Public Defender's Office at this time. Basically, what that means, I'm gonna read the formal charges against you. You understand?
Yes, I do.
All right. See, 109 on my calendar is showing a different name.
Yeah, I think like somebody went in and switched to, it's in alphabetical order on the actual.
Page.
Yeah, somebody went in while we was in court and made it alphabetical order. I guess it's throwing out numbers.
Oh, it's still not right.
Yeah, so, it should be.
Still doesn't.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, please hold. Okay. Yes, who is speaking?
Travis Beatty.
Okay. Have I not called your name previously?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and your name again?
Travis Beatty.
I don't think he's on this calendar. You see Mr. Beatty on this calendar? Mr. Beatty, please hold. I do not believe you appear on this calendar.
Yeah, ma'am.
So hold one moment while we check. In the meantime, I'm gonna arraign Ms. Gutierrez's case. Ms. Gutierrez, I'm gonna read you this formal accusation. It reads as follows. I, Keith E. Gammage, Solicitor General in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse of Stephanie Gutierrez with the offense of battery family violence. First offense, a misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September 27, 2021, has intentionally caused visible bodily harm to wit, scratches and red marks to Martine Philippe, who is the other person living in the same household of said accused, in violation of OCGA Section 16-5-231F1, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof, signed Keith E. Gammage. Do you understand these charges, Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, I do.
All right, at this time, your case will be reset and scheduled by the state court judge to whom will actually hear your hearing and conduct the trial. You'll have the right to present evidence and you'll have the right to an attorney. I advise you to keep your address current with the court and move forward with hiring counsel. You will not bear the burden to prove the charges against you. The state, represented by the Solicitor General, bears that burden. If they do get a conviction against you, you could face a fine of up to $1,000 or 1 year in prison. As to the charges that I just presented you, and based upon this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. You are now free to go, but please keep your address current and please move forward with finding an attorney. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Beatty is 115.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, I've been on here since 8:50. I was just wondering, you told me to stay on hold because you need to speak with me.
Have you spoken to the public defender's office to see if you qualify?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I need you to do so. Do you want to have the services of the public defender's office with this
Sure.
trial? Okay.
Sure.
Okay, everyone who is on this screen who has not spoken with the public defender's office who would like their assistance, please, please, please send an email. The email address is in the chat. It is statecourtpd@fultoncountyga.gov. Okay, if you do that, the public defender's office will call you back and see if you qualify for their services today and give you an application to submit, okay?
All right, thank you so much,
Please
ma'am.
do that right now. Everyone, please do that right now if you have not done so.
Excuse me,
Thank
I was prosecutor, and when I went to court, I was talking to a public defender, but when I had got out, I never had talked to him again.
Okay, I'm gonna repeat those same instructions. Just because you qualified or did not qualify at that point, please contact them today to determine whether or not they can help you with this proceeding. The longer we wait for you all to reach out to the public defender's office, the longer this whole thing takes. The public defender comes on and makes announcements about who can go, who is ready to go, and that is gonna be the point of contact so that we have order today. Please, if you have not done so, do it now.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I spoke with a public defender. I was unable to fill out the application, so they told me to come down there. So I'm trying to get down there so I can sign the papers because I'm unable to do that over the phone. So they told me to come down there and sign the papers and do it in person.
Okay. All right, we'll get back with you. Try to, Mr.
I have
Howard.
class at 12:45.
Okay, you'll have to hold. Mr. Howard, are you present?
I am, Judge.
Do you have any announcements?
A similar announcement for positions 5 and 84 are both people who will need to come in and complete the application, so they can go, for today, they would just need to be arraigned. They can come down and complete the 5 and 84.
All right. Do you all hear how I'm conducting this? I go to the public defender's office. I look for announcements. If you want to leave, the best thing to do is to call the public defender's office, have them make an announcement on your behalf, such that you can go home and go on with the rest of your day. If you've already contacted the public defender's office and they've told you that you don't qualify or that you have to come down, Mr. Howard or Mr. Vale will come and tell me, such that you can be free to go. That is the fastest way to do that, ladies and gentlemen. All
Your
right.
Honor.
Yes.
This is Vanessa Pari. I already submitted my application and I haven't had anything back yet.
Your Honor, if I may, Ms. Apari will need a conflict public defender. She does qualify, but my notes indicate that it would be Terrell Dark who represents her.
Okay. Is there any chance that Mrs. Dark has already submitted a waiver, so Ms. Apari? So.
I do not know, Your Honor.
As of Friday, he hadn't submitted for any of his time.
Okay. All right, Ms.
Excuse me, Your
Apari.
Honor.
Hold on. So, Mr. Howard, you said positions 5 and 54, correct?
5 and 84, Judge.
5 and 84.
Yeah.
And then we'll do Ms. Opari. So 5 and then 84. The fastest way to get to be done with this, everyone, is to please contact the public defender's office so they can make announcements on your behalf. Okay, position 5, Monet Jack. Are you present on the screen?
Yes, I'm present on the screen, ma'am, but my name is DeAndre Stafford.
Monet Jack. That's not your name? Then if I didn't call your name, you shouldn't be speaking with me yet. Is Monet Jack present on the screen? Okay, we're gonna move to position 54. Was it 84?
84, Judge.
84. Okay, Dominic Smith. Okay, Mr. Smith, you have been told that you did not, you're gonna have to come down and fill out a paper application at a later date. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Can you hear me, ma'am?
I can hear you now.
Can you? Yes, I just spoke with Mr. Bruce Vale, and I do understand that. I was told to
come down and fill out the application. Yes, okay. Yep. Just make sure you do as instructed. I'm gonna arraign your case, okay? Dominic Smith, your case is.
So how will I?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, my case. No, I'm trying to listen to you.
It seems that Mr. Smith is having some difficulty with the connection. I I think, and this is what he told me before, that he wants to waive arraignment and plead not guilty. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Right, that's what I got. So, Mr. Smith, I'm gonna arraign your case, okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We're this.
Hold on,
Let's
let me wait a minute. Wait.
Try to go someplace where the signal is as strong as possible so we can get through this.
Okay, I'm sorry. I couldn't speak. That's exactly what he just told me to do. I just wanted to know, how do I find out when is the next court date and where? Okay, right there.
You keep your address current with the court, and you fill out the application later such that the public defender's office can assist you, all right? Everyone.
So where do I go?
You're gonna send it, once you finish, you're gonna send an email. I'm gonna arraign your case now. You're gonna send an email to the public defender's office. You're gonna find a way to print out their form. You're gonna bring it down to them, and you're gonna help see if you qualify for their services. If you don't, you're gonna go and find an attorney to help you with this, okay?
Okay, so how do I know my next court date is?
You keep your information current with the clerk of the court, and just like you got this notice today, you will continue to get notices, okay?
Yes, ma'am. So I still report into the what's the name of it when I got my bail?
Pre-trial.
I can't remember her name, Miss Edwards.
If you
Every
need
month?
to report the pretrial, you're gonna continue to do that, but you still need to do this. You need to contact the public
Yes,
defender's
ma'am.
office, okay? All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dominic Smith, your case is 21 CR 00508D, in which you're charged with 1 count of battery, substantial physical harm. I'm gonna go ahead and read you the accusation. It reads as follows. I, Keith E. Gammon, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Dominic Smith with the offense of battery, substantial physical harm, a misdemeanor. For that said, in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September the 23rd, 2021, did intentionally cause visible bodily harm to Karen Ledette, to wit, slapped her in the face in violation of OCGA Section 16-5-23.1, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. All right, do you understand those charges, Mr. Smith?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, now that I've read those charges, your case will be reset for trial and scheduled by the state court judge who will actually hear it. You will have a right to an attorney at that trial and the right to present any evidence in your favor of your defense. The state bears the burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt, and if they do, you could face a fine of up to $1,000 or a year in prison. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charge of battery, substantial physical harm?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Your case will be reset, and keep your information current with the court, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, I have an announcement from Mr. Howard that position 11 is now ready to be arraigned. All right.
Am I free to go, ma'am?
Yes, you're free to go. I need to do
All right,
Miss
thank you.
Opare. Miss Opare, what position is she? Okay. All right, Miss Opare, I'm gonna arraign your case as well at this time, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, your case, Miss Opare, is 21 CR 00506-0H, in which you're charged with 1 count of battery, family violence with an offense date of September 23rd of 2021. When this proceeding is over, Ms. Opare, please reach out to your conflict attorney and let them know that you were arraigned today.
Okay.
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 All right.
Thank you.
All right. Hold on. All right. Thank you. All right. Your accusation reads as follows, Ms. Opare. I, Keith E. Gammon, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Vanessa Opare with the offense of battery, family violence, or misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September the 23rd, 2021, did intentionally cause physical harm to Jada Cheney, who is the other person living in the same household of accused, by striking her in violation of OCGA Section 16-5-23.1 F1 contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, sincerely, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General. You understand those charges against you, Ms. Opari?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay, at this time, your case will be reset and scheduled by the state court judge to whom the case will actually be held. At that trial, you will not have the burden to prove the charges against you. You will have the right to an attorney, and the state will bear the burden of proving those charges. If they get a conviction, you can face a sentence of up to a year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charge of battery family violence?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea at this time. Please move forward and contact your conflict attorney, and also please make sure that your information is current with the court. All right?
Okay, thank you.
You're free to go, Ms. Opari. Okay, Ms. Parham, I believe that Mr. Howard said you are ready. No, yes. Position 11. Position 11, you're ready to be arraigned, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, your case, Ms. Parham, is 21 CR 0027760, in which you're charged with 1 count of battery family violence. The accusation reads as follows. I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General for the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse LaMarsha Shina Parham with the offense of battery family violence, a misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about June 10, 2021, did intentionally cause visible bodily harm to Zaniria Parham, who is a child of said accused, in violation of OCGA section 16-5-23.1 F1, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof, signed Keith E. Gamage. Do you understand that charge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, now that I've read that to you and you've indicated that you know the charge against you, your case will be reset to a division judge who will actually conduct the trial. You'll have a right to an attorney and the opportunity to present evidence in your defense. You do not bear the burden to prove the charges. The state bears that burden and must prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they do get a sentence against you and meet their burden, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Make sure your information is current and you're free to go.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Howard, is there another position that's ready?
Not that I'm aware of.
Hold on 1 second, Ms. Campion. Okay. Okay. Mr. Howard, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, Judge, I didn't have any other that I'm aware of right now that.
Okay. Mr. Vale, any positions?
No, Your Honor, none that I'm aware of.
And so everyone on the screen has either submitted their application to the public defender's office and it's not been received. Is that what's happened? Or they're having technical? Has anyone received, Mr. Bill, has anyone told you that they couldn't get it in today or anything like that?
Only Mr. Smith, and that case has already been handled.
Okay, so if everyone else could please.
You hear me, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not able to get mine in due to the technical difficulties of seeing my screen at the moment.
Okay.
But my name is Centricia Woods.
Okay, so everyone else on the screen is either declining the services of the public defender's office, or is there anyone on the screen?
No, now I've been trying to reach out to him.
Okay, Mr. Howard and Mr. Vale, there are a lot of people who said they're still trying to reach you. Is there any?
I reached out already and I received the email, but the link that was sent back to me for me to do the application, I can't quite see my screen because my screen is broken. I would have to go to a computer or something.
Okay.
Hello? And I'm doing everything from my phone as of right now.
Okay.
It's not letting me feel mine's out right now.
A better process for this. We really need a better process for this.
Your Honor.
Something?
Excuse me.
There is, hold 1 moment. Is there any, basically everybody else on the screen has to be arraigned and no one else? and get their information into you? Is that what it sounded like, Mr. Howard?
No,
Bell?
Judge, the only other person who Ms. Weems, I'm gonna call her shortly, but outside of that, either they were not able to submit it for whatever reason, and typically when that happens, we just have them come in to do it as soon as possible if they don't have the technology or the ability to do it today. It appears a number of people are in that position that are left, but I know Ms. Weems, I do have her application.
I submitted mine too. My name is Teresa Thornton, and I submitted my application online.
Okay,
You all
so
have Ms.
we'll check on
Thornton's
Ms. Thornton.
application?
So Ms. Thornton, Ms. Weems, we may have any others. Those may be the only two that we have applications for, Judge.
I have not been able.
Yeah, the others I'm not
If
sure.
you can't, at least please try to call the public defender's office or send them an email, because the best thing for me to do is to say that the public defender has attempted to contact you. So if you're having technology issues and can't print and can't do it on screen, please send an email to that state court PD, say that I can't print, need to come at a later date. And then Mr. Howard or Mr. Vale will announce to me that you have been unable to do so and the technology is not working. So even if you sent that previously, send it again so that they can tell you or tell me that they're unable to work with your application today and you'll have to get a paper one. So right now, everyone on the screen who wishes to have a public defender's office assist you at some point, but you can't print out the application and you can't get to the library, you can't scan it, you can't fill it out on your phone, please send them an email. Tell them I'm having some technological problems. I cannot fill out this application, and they will indicate to me what positions are ready.
And if they
Do not put it in the chat. Do not put it in the chat. Please send an email.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I completed the form and I received the email saying that my application has been received and was forwarded to the attorney.
Your Honor, I can speak to that. Ms. Parker is position 88 on the calendar.
Okay.
I just received that application and just reviewed it. Unfortunately, it appears that Ms. Parker would not qualify for our services based on her income.
There's someone on position 88 that says waived arraignment. Is that true? I see
Position 88,
on the
Ayanna
calendar.
Parker.
Yes.
That's a conflict attorney.
Right.
Mr. Kilgore.
Oh, it says that Ms. Parker, your attorney has waived your presence today. Is that correct, Ms. Champion, before I let her go?
And Your Honor, I think she may be confused because she just submitted an application to our office, but it does, now that I look back at the calendar, it does look like she already has a conflict.
Okay, so Ms. Parker, you already have a conflict attorney, Mr. William Kelbaugh, correct?
I guess so. I did speak to somebody probably about 1 to 2 months ago, but after that phone call conversation, I never heard anything back, but they were talking to me about the options that I did have. But other than that, that's all.
Okay, Mr. Kelbaugh waived your appearance today. Apparently he does represent you. So your case will be, you need to try to reach out to him. Do you still have his phone number? If not, look him up. He is William Kelbaugh. I don't have any information for him. His last name is Kelbaugh.
You said Kelbaugh.
And you
Okay.
need to reach out to him. He waived your appearance today. All right.
So with that being said, what are my next steps going forward?
You're free to go. The next step that you need to take is to call him.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Is there anyone
Excuse
else
me, Your
who
Honor.
waived his appearance? Waive their appearance?
Your Honor, I put in email. I haven't received one back, but William Kilball is one of my representatives as well. And he's not on here, but I'm not sure if he's for this case.
His last name is Pate. Is there a waiver? Mr. Pate, we're checking to see if your attorney has waived your.
Excuse me, Young.
Hold one moment, Mr. B.
It doesn't show that Mr. Kilgore is his attorney on
Mr.
this particular
Pate,
case.
Mr. Kelbaugh may have represented you when you were in the Fulton County Jail, but he does not enter an appearance today on your behalf.
Okay.
So what we need to do is we still need to have you fill out that application, I believe.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Howard.
Yeah,
If we-
Judge, I did have a note that he was gonna need a conflict attorney, so it makes sense probably to try to have Mr. Kilbaugh pick this case up as well, because he's gonna be a conflict for our office.
Okay, so Mr. Pate, I'm gonna arraign your case. Please hold one moment, all right?
Thank
And
you.
then you'll need to call Mr. Kilbaugh because he does not represent you at this point.
I'm
Right.
actually texting him now, so he said if you guys can do that, let him know.
If we can do what?
Assign him to this case as well.
Okay. All right. And so everyone else knows to please send an email so that Mr. Howard or Mr. Vale can announce to me who will be next. If it is that I cannot print and I cannot get online today, I need that email and that information to come from either Mr. Vale or Mr. Howard so that we can have some order.
Your Honor, I sent my email in and I still haven't had to respond back yet.
Okay. All right. Mr. Pate, I'm gonna arraign your case. You have to turn on your camera and unmute your screen. All right, Mr. Pate, your case is 21 CR 004868E, in which you're charged with 1 count of battery family violence with an offense date of July the 9th of 2021. I'm gonna read you your formal accusation. Hold on, give me one moment. Okay. Okay, Miss, in the case of State of Georgia versus Eric Pate, it reads as follows. I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Eric Pate with the offense of battery family violence, first offense, a misdemeanor, for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about July 9th of 2021, did intentionally cause visible bodily harm to Jasmine Cole, who is the other person living in the same household as said accused, to wit, by pulling her hair out in violation of OCGA section 16-5-23.111 contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof, on Keith E. Gamage. Do you understand that charge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, at this time, your case will be reset and scheduled for trial by the state court judge to whom your case is actually be assigned. You'll have the right to an attorney, and I suggest that you reach out to Mr. Kilbaugh today. At this trial, you will not have the burden to prove those charges against you. The state will bear that burden, and if they do get a conviction, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon the information I presented, how do you plead to the charge of battery family violence?
Not guilty.
All right, I accept your plea of not guilty at this time. Please call Mr. Kilbaugh and keep your information current with this court, all right?
Okay, when's my next court date?
I can't tell you what that is. You have to keep your address current with the court so that you make sure you get all notices, all right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Vale and Mr. Howard, any announcements?
No, Your Honor.
Judge,
None from me.
trying to find a position number for Ms. Butler, Judge. She can go ahead and be arraigned. She's gonna come down and bring some documents that we'll need. Position 56, Shakora Butler. And I'm getting ready to call Ms. Weems now, Judge.
Okay, so position 56, Ms. Butler, please turn on your screen. Please turn on your camera and unmute your screen. Ms. Butler, are you present? Ms. Shakora Butler.
Yes, Sean, I'm here. I'm sorry. Can't you see me?
Okay, thank you,
There we
Ms.
go.
Butler. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and arraign your case since it's I've received the information from Mr. Howard indicating that there are some documents you need to turn in and that
Yes,
you may
ma'am.
still qualify for the services of the public defender, but we're gonna arraign your case, which means that we're gonna make you aware of the charges against you, all right?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Butler, you have 3 charges. Your case is 21 CR 004997E, in which you're charged with cruelty to children in the 3rd degree, disorderly conduct, and battery, substantial physical harm. I am going to read each of those to you. Give me one moment. All right. Let's see. All right, as to the first accusation, it reads as follows: in the state of Georgia versus Shakura LaShawn Butler, I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, and the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Shakura LaShawn Butler with the offense of cruelty to children, 3rd degree, a misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about August 28th of 2021, did intentionally allow a child under the age of 18 to witness the commission of battery or family violence battery in violation of OCGA Section 16-5-70, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, Keith E. Gamage. That's one charge. I'm going to read the others. All right, this one says, I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General for the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Shakura LaShawn Butler with the offense of battery, substantial physical harm, a misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about August the 25th of 2021, did intentionally cause visible bodily harm to Tatum Daniels by punching her and grabbing her hair in violation of OCGA Section 16-5-23.1, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, Keith E. Gamage. I'm going to read the last one. The last one reads, I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Shakura LaShawn Butler with the offense of disorderly conduct, a misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about August 25th, 2021, did act in a violent or tumultuous manner towards Tatum Daniels, whereby said person was placed in reasonable fear of the safety of said person's life, limb, or health in violation of OCGA Section 16-11-39, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, Keith E. Gamage. You understand those charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, at this time, your case will be reset and assigned and scheduled by the state court judge who will actually conduct your trial. You will have a right to an attorney at that trial and to present any evidence in your defense. The state bears the burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If they do meet their burden, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison and or a fine of $1,000 for each charge. That can run either concurrently or consecutively. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charges I just previously listed?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Your case will be so reset. You're free to go. And please make sure you keep your address current and that you work on getting an attorney, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you. Mr. Howard or Mr. Vale, any announcements for another position we could go to?
No, Your Honor. However, I would just like to make a general announcement that I see in the chat, and I've also received several calls and emails asking about how to apply for a public defender. In order for our office to represent you, you must fill out the application either in person or you can fill it out and email it to us. But we cannot represent you without that application. And the details are in the chat. for how to do that, both the email and to request the application and where to send it.
Thank you, Mr. Bell, for that reminder. I see that position 52 does not qualify. That's Ms. Teresa Thornton. Ms. Thornton, I'm gonna arraign your case at this time. You'll need to move forward with finding a private attorney, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Thornton, your case is 21 CR 004989C, in which you're charged with simple battery. I am going to read the charges, the formal accusation against you. Give me one moment.
Hey, excuse me. I was trying to
Please,
fill out
please,
my.
no, please do not speak right now. Let's finish this. Okay, Ms. Thornton, in the case of State of Georgia versus Teresa Thornton, it reads as follows. I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General for the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, who hereby charge and accuse Teresa Thornton with the offense of simple battery, a misdemeanor for that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September the 20th of 2021, did intentionally make physical contact of an insulting nature to the person of Orympian Lindsay, to wit, struck him on the arm in violation of OCGA section 16-5-23A1, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof, signed Keith E. Gamage. Do you understand that charge?
Yes.
All right. At this time, your case will be reset and scheduled by the state court judge who will actually hear the case and set the case for trial. You will have a right from an attorney, just as you've had today. You will also have the right to present any evidence in favor of your defense. If they do get a conviction, the state bears that burden. If they get a conviction against you, you could face a sentence of up to a year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charge of simple battery?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Make sure that you keep your information current with the clerk, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're free to go, Ms. Thornton.
Thank you.
All right, is there another position, either Mr. Vail or Mr. Howard, we can go to? And there was someone,
Excuse me, Your Honor.
yes, Mr. Beatty. Go ahead, Mr. Beatty, I'm listening. You're muted, and whatever you're saying, I cannot hear it.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Beatty.
I just been waiting to tell if I'm guilty or not guilty, cause I did the application thing and I don't know.
Okay, when do you wish to have the services of the public defender's office at this time, Mr. Beatty?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, then you need to send that email to that same address as Mr. Vail just announced. And you need to make sure that it's received, okay?
Yeah, ma'am.
Mr. Vail just gave that announcement. So if there's anyone else that wants the services of the public defender's office.
I waive my service of the public defender. Can we?
Ms. Woods, this is your only opportunity to get the services of the public defender's office.
I waive mine too.
Okay, we're not gonna just have waivers because everyone wants to go home. Believe me, I would like to have some lunch as well. If you send an email and say that you're gonna come down and print out the application, that is sufficient as well. All right?
Did that already.
And I'm sure it's coming. Mr. Howard and Mr. Vail are working on it. Mr. Howard, do you have any other announcements?
If we're talking about Ms. Woods, Judge?
Or anyone. Ms. Woods said that she sent an email to you indicating that she's coming down to fill an application out. Did you receive it?
Okay, Ms. Woods, not completed at the moment. Yes, Judge, Ms. Davis notified that she can't complete it over the phone or complete it over the computer. So if she'll need to come down. Ms. Woods, in our office, Raven Davis got a message, I believe, that Ms. Woods cannot do it today. So yes, we'll need for her to come down, Judge, so she can be arraigned today and then come down to our office. I believe Mr. Hall is in the same position that he cannot complete the application and submit it to us today. So we would need him to come down. So both of those, Judge, we would ask that they be arraigned.
Thank you. I'm just trying to have some order. I appreciate everyone's patience. All right, Ms. Woods, we'll arraign your case. All right, what position is this for? I'm looking for-
Now you're back on
Whoever
the
that is, please mute, please mute. Any background noise makes it go even slower.
She's position 17 now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Woods, your case is 21 CR 0028360, in which you're charged with 6 counts of reckless conduct. Are you aware of your charges, or do you need me to read each of those charges to you formally?
No, ma'am, I'm aware of them.
Okay, Ms. Woods, I need you to turn your camera back on, please. You have to be present so we can identify you. Thank you, I appreciate Ms. Woods. Oh, Ms. Woods, thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, now that you've waived that formal reading of your charges, which I appreciate, your case will be reset for trial, and the trial will be scheduled by the state court judge to whom your case is actually assigned. At this trial, you will have a right to an attorney. Please follow up with the public defender's office, complete your application, and turn in any information that they may need to determine if you qualify. If you don't qualify, please move forward with finding counsel, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
At that trial, you will not have the burden of proof the charges against you. The state, represented by the Solicitor General, will bear that burden. If they do meet their burden and prove those charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison for each charge and or a fine of $1,000 for each charge. That can run concurrently or consecutively. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the 6 charges of reckless conduct?
Guilty.
No. You're gonna plead not guilty at this time, and we're gonna reset your case. You understand? This is to make sure that you are aware of the charges against you, okay?
Okay.
Let me check with the state. Is there a plea offer on the table at this time?
At this time, Your Honor, there is no plea offer. The state needs to have further consultation with DFACS in regard to this matter.
Yes, I understand. Thank you, Ms. McCutcheon. Ms. Woods, I need you to plead not guilty at this time, okay? I'm just making you aware of the charges against you, and I'm giving you the opportunity to find counsel, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so as to the charges against you, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right, your case will be so reset. Please follow up with the public defender's office, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. You're free to go. All right,
You
Mr.
are-
Hall.
Hello?
Mr. Hall, I need you to turn on your camera.
It ain't let me turn it on.
I'm sorry.
It's not letting me turn on my hold up. No, let's ask you to start. Okay. It's on.
47. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hall, your case is 21 CR 004981G, in which you're charged with simple battery family violence with an offense date of December the 1st of 2020. Let me read your formal charges against you. Okay, in the case of State of Georgia versus Cedric Hall, it reads as follows. I, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Cedric Hall with the offense of simple battery family violence, a misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about December 1st, 2020, did intentionally make physical contact of an insulting or provoking nature with the person of Takia Rice. Takia Rice, apparently you're familiar with this, who is a parent of same child of accused, to wit, by punching her in the face of OCG in violation of OCGA section 16-5-23F, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof, signed Keith E. Gamage. So you're aware of the charges against you, Mr. Hall?
I'm aware of them.
All right, at this time, your case will be reset for trial and scheduled by a state court judge. And at that trial, you'll have the right to an attorney and present any evidence in favor of your defense. You do not have the burden to prove the charges against you. The state bears that burden, as I've explained previously. If they are successful and meet that burden, you can face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead to this charge?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Please follow up with the public defender's office. Please give them the information that they need so that they can prepare your defense, okay?
I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're free to go. Thank you. All right, position 37 is now ready to be arraigned. Ms. Raven Jones. Ms. Jones, if you could turn on your camera.
I can't turn on my camera.
You have to turn on your camera because if not, it's the same as if you didn't come down.
Okay, it's on now.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. All right. All right. Your case is 21 CR 004953E, in which you're charged with theft by taking, which is a misdemeanor with an offense date of September the 19th of 2021. Do you understand the charge against you, or do you want me to read the formal charges against you at this time?
I understand the charge.
And you waive that reading? That means I'm not going to read that long accusation to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I appreciate your waiver. At this time, your case will be reset for trial, and the state court judge to whom the case is assigned will set that trial. You will not have the burden to prove those charges. The state bears that burden, but you will have the right to an attorney and the opportunity to present evidence in favor of your defense. If the state gets a conviction against you, you could face a conviction of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty. Wait, can I plead guilty like I'm supposed to?
No, please.
Not
Please
guilty
don't.
then, not guilty.
Okay. Let me just check with the state. Is there an officer on the table at this time for position 37?
There is not, Your Honor.
I did not believe there was. Please don't make any statements like that. You're gonna plead, let's make the record clean. Based upon this information that I presented, how do you plead to the charge of theft by taking?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Please follow up with the public defender's office such that they can assist you with this case, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, we will now move to position 25. That is the case of DeAndre Stafford. Mr. Stafford, are you present?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Mr. Stafford, your case is 21 CR 004839C, in which you're charged with battery, family violence, first offense, misdemeanor, and possession of marijuana, each with offense dates of September the 11th of 2021. I'm going to read your accusation to you. Give me one moment. All right. You have two charges. The first charge reads as follows. In this case of State of Georgia versus DeAndre Maurice Stafford Sr., it reads, I, Keith E. Cameron, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse DeAndre Maurice Stafford Sr. with the offense of battery, family violence, first offense, misdemeanor, for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September 11, 2021, did intentionally cause visible bodily harm to Tamia Hayward, who is the other person living in the same household as said accused, by slapping her in the face in violation of OCGA section 16-5-23.1 F1, contrary to the laws of this state of the order. Please mute if you are not speaking. I'm going to read you the next accusation. All right, it reads as follows. In the case of State of Georgia versus DeAndre Maurice Stafford, it reads, I, Keith E. Cameron, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse DeAndre Maurice Stafford Sr. with the offense of possession of marijuana, less than an ounce, a misdemeanor for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September 11, 2021, did unlawfully have under his possession or control less than 1 ounce of marijuana in violation of OCGA section 16-3-2, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof keep be damaged. You understand those charges as I just read them?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right, your case will now be reset for trial, and the trial will be conducted by the state court judge to whom your case is assigned. You do not have the burden to prove those charges against you. The state, represented by the Solicitor General, will bear that burden. If they do meet their burden and get a conviction against you, you can face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charges I just previously listed?
Not guilty.
All right, I accept your not guilty plea. Please turn in your information to the public defender's office so they can.
Yes, I'm gonna try to get Your Honor. I'm gonna get down there tomorrow afternoon.
All right, thank you so much, Mrs. Stanford. You're free to go.
Thank
you. All right, we're gonna move to position 41. Okay, Ms. Patterson, please turn on your screen and unmute. Okay, Ms. Patterson, you're gonna need to complete your application with the public defender's office later. Can you unmute your screen? Just so I can confirm that's you, Ms. Kenosha Patterson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, then please remute. It sounds like you have a lot happening in the background. Ms. Patterson, your case is 21 CR 004958F, in which you're charged with driving too closely, driving hit and run, duty to stop at an accident scene, driving with no insurance, and driving on an expired or license plate or decal, each with offense dates of September the 7th of 2021. Are you familiar with these charges, or do you want me to read the formal accusations against you?
Yes, ma'am, I'm familiar.
Okay, and you're gonna waive that formal reading, which means I'm not gonna read each of those accusations?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, your case is gonna be reset for trial, which means that you'll need to keep your address current with the clerk to make sure you get any notices. You do not have the burden to prove the charges against you at trial. The state bears that burden. If they do get a conviction and they meet their burden of proving the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison and or a fine of $1,000 for each charge. Based upon this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Please continue to work with the public defender to get your information in, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you are free to go.
Thank you.
All right, is there another position, either Mr. Howard or Mr. Vale?
Hi, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm Robert Morgan. I've been having trouble getting on here, and I'm in the process of getting a public defender.
Okay, please, if you just send your information to the public defender's office. I'm speaking with Mr. Howard and Mr. Vale to determine who's next. Mr. Vale, any announcements?
Yes, Your Honor. Position 116, Mr. Dakota Barton. We just received an application. I was able to review it. Mr. Barton does qualify. Therefore, we would like to enter a plea of not guilty, waive arraignment, and request 10 days to file motions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Barton, if you're present on the screen, you are now free to go at this time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Vale, any other announcements?
No, Your Honor.
All right, is Mr. Howard present? Mr. Howard, any announcements?
Yes, I have an announcement. You haven't called my name yet.
Mr. Howard, do you have any announcements?
Judge, I don't believe Mr. Daniel John, it appears we haven't received an application for him. I don't know what his intentions are, but
I don't need a public defender.
okay, so he might be ready to be arraigned, Judge.
Okay, Mr. John, can you turn on your camera? Is there anybody else still who Mr. Vale, would you mind making that announcement again for me regarding how to obtain the services of the public defender's office? Just so that we can remind everyone.
Yes, Your Honor. Again, this is Bruce Vail. I'm an attorney with the Fulton County Public Defender's Office. In order to be represented by our office, you must first complete an application for our services. The reason for that is so we can determine whether or not, based on your income, we can represent you, or you need to hire a private attorney. The details regarding that application are in the chat. You can fill it out and email it to us, or you can come to our office at the courthouse and fill it out, a paper version of it, and submit it that way. But again, we must have that application before we can represent you.
Thank you, Mr. Bill. I appreciate that. Mr. John,
Yes.
you're declining the services of the public defender's office, even though you have a right to an attorney at this proceeding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you're not going to try to get a public defender at a later date just so that we can be done today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, just wanted to confirm if you wanted a public defender, this was your time to obtain their services. I'm going to go ahead and arrange your case. I'm going to encourage you to move forward with getting an attorney to assist you with this. Does anybody see what position he is?
Position 53, Daniel Jones.
53. And just to confirm with the state, is there any offer for position 53 at this time?
Not at all, Your Honor.
All right, just wanted to check. All right, Mr. John, hearing that there is no.
This is his mother, and I apologize for just stepping in, but I was involved in this incident, and I would just wanted to ask the court is, oh, okay. Can you see me now? I just wanted to ask the court, is it possible for the charges to be dropped? I never wanted charges to be brought in the first place.
Okay, at this point, what the best thing for Mr. John to do is to find an attorney to speak with them so that they can communicate with the state on this behalf. All right.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
I appreciate. We're not hearing any witness statements today. All we're doing is I'm going to arraign his case. He's going to plead not guilty such that he has time to find an attorney to assist him with this. All right.
Yes, I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you. All right. Are you Daniel John?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. John, your case is 21 CR 004990J, in which you're charged with criminal trespass, family violence, with an offense date of September the 20th of 2021. Are you familiar with the charges against you, or would you like me to read the formal charges, the formal accusation as written by the state?
I'm familiar.
All right, do you waive a reading of the charges at this time?
No.
Well, I mean, if you don't waive it, then I have to read that long accusation. Would you like me
Oh,
to
yeah,
read
I'll waive it. Okay.
Okay. All right, now what's going to happen is your case is going to be reset and assigned to a state court judge who's actually going to conduct the trial. At the trial, you'll have a right to an attorney. You do not have the burden to prove the charges against you. The state bears that burden. If, however, they prove those charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information I presented to you, Mr. John, how do you plead to the charge of criminal trespass, family violence?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Please move forward with finding an attorney to speak to regarding this case. Keep your address current with the clerk of court, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You are free to go.
You have a good day.
All right, have a good day. All right, is there another position we can go to, either Mr. Howard or Mr. Vail?
No, Your Honor, I have not received any other applications.
Or emails. If you would like to be dismissed and you still want the services of the public defender's office, what you should do is send an email over there indicating that you do not have an ability to fill out the application today. You would like the opportunity to come down and fill out an application. I'm speaking with Mr. Howard and Mr. Vail to determine who has done that, such that you're not giving up your right to a public defender at a later point. Mr. Howard, do you have any announcements?
Yes, Judge, position 44, just sent an application. He qualifies, so we're gonna submit a waiver on his behalf today, position 44, Antonio Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, you're now free to go. Your attorney has waived your appearance today, all right?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Any other positions?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is Antonio Johnson. I'm sorry. I heard you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson. You're free to go. Have a good afternoon, all right?
Thank you.
Hey, this is Tim, Lord. I had emailed my application.
Okay, so did Mr. Howard, Mr. Lloyd is indicating that he has sent an application to either you or Mr. Vale.
Mr. Lloyd, did you resend it to the correct address that I sent you? Did you send it to
I sent it to Miss
State Court PD?
I sent it to Miss.
State Court PD at FultonCountyGA.gov, right? That's why we didn't get it, because you sent it somewhere other than the email that we put in the chat.
And Ryan, another court date.
Forward it.
Oh my God.
I ask you that you forward that same email to State Court PD at FultonCountyGA.gov. I put it in the chat for you already. So forward the email you sent to the email I'm going to put in the chat again for you right now.
Mr. Howard, Mr. Vale, I believe Mr. Morgan also indicated he was trying to reach out to you for your services. Mr. Beatty said that he wanted your services as well. So I'm hoping that you all have some emails regarding these particular defendants.
Your Honor, you mentioned Mr. Beatty. Who was the other
I remember
defendant?
Mr. Morgan spoke on the screen saying that he wanted assistance, Robert Morgan. If you would like assistance of the public defender's office, I know we have said this ad nauseum, please indicate now that you would like the service of the public defender's office with your particular case.
And Judge, I'm hearing from Ms. Davis in our office that she did send Mr. Beatty an application back. I don't know if he's completed it.
Mr. Beatty, you need to they sent you an application, Mr. Beatty, please fill it out so that you can see if a public defender's office can assist you.
And we have not received an email from Mr. Morgan with his callback information.
Mr. Morgan, they haven't gotten an email from you, Mr. Morgan, to call you back. Please do so.
I've got the application, and I did send my information back, and I'm in the process of filling out that application.
Okay, all right. Send it to State. You know which address to send it to once you completed it.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, I await an announcement on the next position we can go to.
Just looking at the names, I'm trying to see if there's anybody else, Judge, that Jancavius Anderson. I don't know what the status is of him. I don't believe we've gotten anything from Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson, please send something to the public defender's office so they can help you.
If that's his intent, Judge, I don't even know if maybe the people that are left, if we can find out where they are in the process from them.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I'm filling out the application now. This is Jancavius Anderson.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me, girl. Oh my God. I've been trying to ask a simple question.
Ms. Weems, you're already taken care of. You free to go?
I know. I just had a simple question to ask.
You and I can talk about that. You and I can talk about it. You need to ask the judge or the court.
No, it's not about my case or anything.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
It's basically I wanted to see, because in the middle of before me having to come to court, we was in a process of moving, and we moving at the end of the month. How would I go about of changing my address so it won't be no mixed up or anything about my court papers?
All right, I'll send it to you in the chat. We need the state court clerk's information so you can update your address with them. So I'll send that to you in the chat now.
Or could I just go to the courthouse?
You can, right? Well, she just put the address. You see it, 160 Pride Street. If you want to come down, you can do that. 160 Pride, Suite 1, J150. You're on mute, so I'm not sure if you mean to be, but.
I said that's all I wanted to know. I just wanted to make sure because I don't want no mishaps and anything.
So that's where you can come to change it.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
So I'm free to go?
Yes.
All righty, thank you.
So we're submitting a waiver in her case, Judge.
Thank you.
Is Ashante King somebody that has submitted an application or is trying to submit an application?
Excuse me, Your Honor. And you're getting shot at.
Ashante King?
No, I haven't submitted anything yet.
Okay, Judge, the people who haven't submitted anything yet, I mean, I would suggest they just come down. We go ahead and arraign at least Mr. King. Some of the others are there in the process. Fine.
If you want this, I'm asking that they at least send you an email so that they're not waiving their rights, saying that they would like the services of the public defender's office. Mr. King, are you requesting the services of the public defender's office at some point?
Yes, ma'am, at some point.
Okay, well, I need you to send an email to State Court PD saying that you were unable to fill out the application today, and then I will arraign your case. That's the procedure we're gonna do from here on out. If you want the services of the public defender's office, I see a Daisha Towns or Miss Towns, or is it Mr. Towns? I'm not sure. If you want do you want the services of the public defender's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you sent an email?
Yeah.
Okay, so Ms. Towns is indicating she sent an email. We know that Mr. Morgan has indicated he sent one. Who is Elite Automax? Sir, what's your name?
Oh, Brandon Lee. So I would like, yes, I would like to ask for a continuance. If not, is it a possibility that I can speak with like the solicitor to see if I can get this matter resolved today?
I'm sure that there's not an offer on your case today. It seems that there isn't one. Are you declining the services of the public defender's office?
Actually, I'm not. I emailed them, and you know, we all having the same problem with the.
Okay, so send them another email. Apparently, they did not receive your email, Mr. Lisa.
No, they did. But it was a lady though. It was a lady, a Miss Lady. But I'll do that. Let me. I mean, I'm telling you.
He says he sent his application. Mr. Howard, can you ask?
No. I sent the email. They sent me the application, and I couldn't sign it electronically. So, like I was saying, I'm having
send the
issues.
email that I just explained, saying that I cannot do it electronically. Once it's received by Mr. Howard, we'll go forward with arraigning your case. Okay. Is there anyone else? If I have not just recently spoken to you about this, is who else is present on the screen?
Your Honor, if I may, I believe position 115, Mr. Beatty, he has not sent an email, but he is apparently he's having some difficulty doing that. He seems to be indicating that he wants to be represented by our office. As we discussed it, I think he's going to have to come in and fill out a form, but again, he is requesting our services, and if he could be arranged.
Okay, I'm going to arraign Mr. Beatty's case. The way that I'm doing this is I'm waiting for announcements from the public defender's office. All right. Just to confirm with the state, there's no announcement or plea offer for Mr. Beatty's case.
You're correct, Your Honor. There is not.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Beatty. Please unmute your screen.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to arraign your case at this time. That means I'm going to tell you the charges against you. All right. You're going to plead not guilty.
Yeah, ma'am.
You're going to plead not guilty such that you have the time to speak with the public defender's office about these charges. Do you understand?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Beatty, your case is 21 CR 005116D, in which you're charged with fair evasion, 2 counts of willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer, misdemeanor, and 1 count of disorderly conduct, each with offense dates of September the 27th of 2021. Are you familiar with these charges against you, or do you need me to read the formal accusations that give you more detail about these charges?
I'm familiar, but can you read the formal accusation, please, for me?
Yes, I may. I can. All right, you have 4 counts, so I will read 4 different accusations, Mr. Beatty. The first one reads as follows. On the case of State of Georgia versus Artravius Beatty, case 21 CR 005116B, I, Keith E. Gammon, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Artravius Beatty with the offense of disorderly conduct, a misdemeanor, for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September 27, 2021, did without provocation use to or of another's person in such person's presence appropriate or abusive words, which by the very utterance tend to incite an immediate breach of peace. That is to say, words which as a matter of common knowledge and under ordinary circumstances will, when used and to and of another person in their presence, naturally tend to provoke violent resentment and are commonly called fighting words in violation of OCGA section 16-11-39, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof, signed Keith E. Gammage. That's 1 count. All right, the second reads as follows. I, Keith E. Gammage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Artravius Beatty with the offense of willful obstruction of law enforcement officer, a misdemeanor, for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September 27, 2021, did knowingly and willfully obstruct or hinder Officer Woodward, a law enforcement officer, in the lawful discharge of the officer's official duties by resisting arrest and attempting to flee in violation of OCGA section 16-10-24A, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, the peace, and dignity thereof, signed Keith E. Gammage. We will read the next. It reads as follows. I, Keith E. Gammage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, we hereby charge and accuse Artravius Beatty with the offense of fair evasion, a misdemeanor, for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September 27th, did gain entry into a station without payment of proper fare to MARTA, the public transit agency owning such stations in violation of OCGA section 16-12-120.1, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof, signed Keith E. Gammage. The last one reads as follows. It says, I, Keith E. Gammage, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Artravius Beatty with the offense of willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer, a misdemeanor, for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September 27, 2021, did knowingly and willfully obstruct or hinder Officer Desmarm, a law enforcement officer in the official discharge of the officer's official duties by resisting arrest and attempting to flee in violation of OCGA section 16-10-24A, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order and peace and dignity thereof. Those are the formal charges against you, Mr. Beatty. At this time, your case will be reset and scheduled by the state court judge who will actually conduct the trial. You will not have the burden to prove the charges against you. The state will, represented by the Solicitor General, bears that burden. If they do get a conviction, you can face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000 for each charge. They can run concurrently or consecutively. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charges I just listed?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Please finish filling out your application with the public defender's office, all right? You are free to go.
I just submitted my public defender office paper.
You are free to go. Thank you. They will be in touch with you, all right? All right, let's move to Ms. Towns. Ms. Towns, please turn on your camera. Where are you, Ms. Towns? I need you. Thank you. Your case is 21 CR 005074C, in which you're charged with 2 counts of theft by deception, each with offense dates of September the 24th of 2021. Do you understand the charges against you, or do you wish me to read a formal reading of your case, of the charges against you?
You can read them.
All right. In the meantime, while I'm pulling these up, Mr. Vale or Mr. Howard, has everybody else been arraigned? Is there anybody who qualifies for your service who we can release to go home?
Your Honor, I don't have any updated announcements. I just checked my email. I don't see anything that came to me.
Okay.
Judge, position 51 qualifies for our services, and I'm gonna submit a waiver of arraignment for him.
Okay.
All right, Timothy Lloyd, yes.
Mr. Lloyd, you qualify for the services of the Public Defender's Office. I appreciate the effort that you put into getting your application in. You are now free to go. I want you to have a great afternoon, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Take care, Mr. Lloyd. Anybody else, Mr. Howard, who I can let go?
No, Judge, I think those are the only ones so far, other than the announcements I put already.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Towns, you need to come. I can hardly see your face on that camera. We need to be able to see who you are. All right? All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Towns, I will read your accusation. Give me one moment.
Okay.
Okay, it reads as follows. I, Keith E. Gammer, Solicitor General for the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge Jaisha Towns with the offense of theft by deception and misdemeanor for that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September 24th, did by deceitful means or artful practice obtain a gift card, the property of Kroger with a value of less than $1,500 by creating an impression of an existing fact which is false, and said accuser knows that fact to be false with the intention of depriving the owner of said property by taking a gift card and adding money onto the card without obtaining the money from the customer in violation of OCGA section 16-8-3, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, Keith E. Gamage. Let's go with the other one. Hopefully it will load. I don't see a second accusation. Is there a second charge, Ms. Champion? Yeah, obviously it's not showing me. I see two charges on the calendar. I only see one accusation. What position? Position 94. Does the state have an announcement as to whether position 2 has been null-processed or something? I'm not sure why I don't see a second charge.
Your Honor, I'm looking that up as you are
Okay,
reading this right now.
Thank you. I'm trying to, I just want to confirm that she only has the one charge.
It shows that it's supposed to be 2 charges. One was scanned, but the second one was not.
Okay, the second accusation was not scanned, Ms. Towns, but you were charged with theft by deception. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
You'll need to contact the Public Defender's Office. They can explain that more thoroughly to you. At this time, your case will be reset for trial, and the state court judge will assign, will actually schedule that trial, at which time you'll have a right to an attorney and the right to present any evidence in favor of your defense. The state has to prove these charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they do get a conviction, you can face a fine up to $1,000 for each charge and up to 1 year in prison for each charge. Based upon this information that I have just presented to you, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Please finish completing that application at the Public Defender's Office, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you are free to go. We're going, Mr. Morgan, it says position 95 is gonna complete the application later. Mr. Morgan, I need you to turn on your camera such that we can identify you.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Morgan, your
Yes,
case,
ma'am.
Your case is 21 CR 0050778G, in which you're charged with harassing communications with an offense date of January the 1st of 2021. Would you like me to read the formal accusation against you, or do you waive that formal reading?
I waive that reading.
I appreciate your waiver. At this time, your case will be reset and assigned for trial by the state court judge who will actually hear the case. You will have a right to an attorney at that proceeding, and the state has the burden to prove the charges against you. If they do, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. As to the charge of harassing communications, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right, I accept your not guilty plea. Please continue to try to get your information into the public defender's office, all right? You are
Okay, I sure will.
You're free to go. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, now we're gonna go to the case of Brandon Lee. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, are you present?
Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lee, your case is 21 CR 004985G, in which you're charged with simple assault family violence. I'm gonna read you the formal accusation of the charges against you, okay?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Lee, you've been charged, it reads as follows, State of Georgia versus Brandon Jamal Lee. It reads, I, Keith E. Gammer, Solicitor General for the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Brandon Jamal Lee with the offense of simple assault, family violence, a misdemeanor. For that said, accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September 20th, 2021, did commit an act which placed Faye Lee in reasonable apprehension of immediately receiving a violent injury, who is a parent of said accused, by threatening and acting aggressively towards Faye Lee in violation of OCGA section 16-5-20-20D, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, Keith E. Gamage. Do you understand those charges against you?
Yes.
At this time, your case will be reset and scheduled by the state court judge for trial. You'll have a right to an attorney and a right to present evidence in favor of your defense. You will not bear the burden to prove those charges. The state bears that burden. If they do get a conviction, you can face a sentence of up to a year in prison and or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. You are free to go at this time. Please continue to fill out that application. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to position 97. That's the case of Ashante Keene. Okay, Mr. Keene, your case is 21 CR 005080G, in which you're charged with simple battery family violence. I am going to read the formal accusation against you. Okay, it reads as follows. In the case of State of Georgia versus Ashante Javon Keene, I, Keith E. Gammer, Solicitor General of the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, do hereby charge and accuse Ashante Javon Keene with the offense of simple battery family violence and misdemeanor. For that said accused in the County of Fulton, State of Georgia, on or about September 25th, 2021, did intentionally make physical contact of an insulting nature with the person of Christina Davidson, who is the present spouse of accused, to wit, push victim in violation of OCGA section 16-5-23F, contrary to the laws of this state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Signed, Keith E. Gamage, Solicitor General. You understand those charges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, at this time, your case will be reset and scheduled for trial by the state court judge who will hear it. You'll have the right to an attorney at that trial and the right to present evidence in favor of your defense. The state bears that burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If they do get a conviction and meet their burden, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison and or a fine of $1,000. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charge of simple battery, family violence?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Please finish completing your application and you are free to go.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other announcements from the Public Defender's Office?
Only that Mr. Beatty did submit an application and qualifies, but he's already been arraigned.
All right, perfect, thank you. I still see John Kevius Anderson. Is there an announcement regarding Mr. Anderson?
I believe we received anything unless he has some.
Mr. Anderson, did you submit your information to the Public Defender's Office? Mr. Anderson, are you present? Okay, is there anyone present, anyone else present on the screen who has not been addressed?
I'm here.
Mr. Anderson, you were the one complaining about wanting to leave the most, but yet it seems that you have not turned in your information. Have you turned in an email to the Public Defender's Office?
I'm still doing the application because my mom not here and I don't know some information.
Okay,
Like
Mr. Anderson, can you turn on your camera, Mr. Anderson?
It's on.
Okay, Mr. Anderson, I'm gonna arraign your case. You need to finish filling out that application and get it over to the Public Defender's Office, okay?
Okay.
And you remember you are in court. You did send some messages into the chat and it seems that you're the one who's going last, unfortunately. What position is Mr. Anderson? Mr. Anderson, I'm gonna ask you to mute. You have a lot of background noise, but unmute when I'm speaking to you, okay? But do not turn off your camera, all right? Thank you. What position is Mr. Anderson? I'm looking to it. I don't remember his name. Ronnie Anderson.
Position 66, Judge.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Anderson. Your case is 21 CR 005022G, and once you're charged with carrying a concealed weapon and possession of a pistol or revolver by a person under age 18. First offense, each with offense dates of September the 22nd of 2021. Mr. Anderson, do you want me to read the formal charges against you? Or do you understand these charges such that you could waive me reading that full formal accusation?
I understand.
All right. At this time, I've made you aware of the charges against you. They've been formally accused by the Solicitor General of Fulton County. Your case will now be set for trial, and the trial will be scheduled by the state court judge. As you've heard me explain previously, at trial, you have the right to an attorney, and you do not bear the burden to prove the charges against you. The state bears that burden and will have to prove those charges beyond a reasonable doubt. If they do get a conviction, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison and a fine and or a fine of $1,000 for each charge. And those charges may run concurrently or consecutively. Based upon this information, how do you plead to the charges of carrying a concealed weapon and possession of a pistol or revolver by a person under the age of 18? How do you plead, Mr. Anderson?
Not guilty.
I accept your not guilty plea. Your case will be reset. Please continue to fill out that application and send it to the Public Defender's Office, all right?
Okay.
All right, you are free to go. Are there any other persons on the screen present and any other outstanding matters that the state would ask me to address at this time? I believe everybody else has, I think we've addressed every case. All right, I believe that's, do we want to reconcile the calendar? If no one does, I'm happy to let us recess for lunch.
Your Honor, I see in the text a note from our paralegal, Ms. Davis, that says position 66, but it doesn't say anything else. And I just
that was when we were trying to find where Mr. Anderson was. She was assisting me. All right. All right, hearing none, I believe that completes this calendar today. If there are any outstanding orders that need to be signed, please send them to Ms. Champion. And if not, everyone else enjoy your lunch and the rest of your afternoon. Take care.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge.
Judge.
Yes, we did. Thank you very much for
All
your
right,
patience.
take care.
Everyone have a